Chapter 4059. Activating his heavenly secret god eyes to the extreme. He once again saw those black runes. Like tadpoles, they swam around the youth's body. What was that? Lin Xian unleashed his laws and poured them into the youth's body, rushing toward the black runes. In an instant, his laws turned into a large net, directly enveloping the black runes. Naturally, the black runes wanted to resist. In the next moment, Lin Xian was shocked. He seemed to have entered an illusion. He saw a strange scene. It was a deep, ancient temple, and there was a ghost king statue that was abnormally ferocious. In front of the ghost king statue, there was a figure kneeling. His entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Lin Xian couldn't see what he looked like, but he could clearly see that his hands were forming seals. One by one, the black runes were jumping. Moreover, there were 2 strings of pearls on his wrists. Those pearls were pitch black, and Lin Xian couldn't tell what they were made of. Each bead had a ferocious ghost head painted on it. The scene was extremely strange. Those black runes were the same as the runes in the youth's body. Buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled. He suddenly felt that the ferocious ghost king statue's eyes were shining, and it turned its head to look at him. In the next moment, the illusion in front of Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and shattered. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Xian's back. He felt that a strange force was appearing in his body, and it was trying to devour him. Damn it, destroy it! The great dragon sword soul roared and destroyed the black runes. Not only that, the black runes in the youth's body were also destroyed. After the first rune, the rest of the black runes all jumped violently, as if they were about to explode together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul completely rushed into the youth's body and slashed in all directions. Although these black runes were strange and carried a terrifying force, they were no match for the great dragon sword soul. However, he was no match for the great dragon sword soul. After a round, the great dragon sword soul returned to Lin Xian's body. At this moment, the black runes in the youth's body were completely destroyed. Lin Xian was still worried, so he used his Tianji God eyes to check 3 more times. When he confirmed that he did not miss anything, he heaved a sigh of relief. Was that power a curse? He wiped his sweat. It felt very similar to the legendary power of curses. However, this power was even more mysterious than the power of space. He didn't expect that it would appear here and on this young man's body. As for the reason, it was probably a secret of the Green Mountain clan. There was no need for him to investigate. He stood up and let out a sigh of relief. Outside the main hall, the people of the Green Mountain clan were waiting anxiously. Do you think that brat can do it? Many people whispered to each other. The Thunder God's Holy Venerate sneered. What kind of joke was this? Did they really place their hopes on this ant? I suspect that not only will he not be able to cure the young master, he might even worsen the young master's illness. The 10,000 fiend cities, Holy Venerate, also snorted coldly. Ancestor, what should we do? Many people looked at the chief of Green Mountain. The chief of the Green Mountain sect looked at the time and said while gritting his teeth, "Wait a little longer." They would wait for the period it took an incense stick to burn. If there was still no movement after the period it took an incense stick to burn, if nothing happened, he would go in and investigate personally. As soon as he said that, the main hall in front suddenly opened, and Lin Xian walked out. Is he out? Everyone turned their attention to the front. He came out so quickly, it was obvious that he failed. The Thunder God cities, Holy Venerate sneered. The other Holy Venerates also shook their heads. The people of the Green Mountain clan were too stupid. They actually placed their hopes on such a young man. The people of the Green Mountain clan surrounded him and asked, "Young master, how is it?" "Yes, young master, can you tell what illness it is? Is there a way to cure it? If not, we can send Holy Venerates to help you." Lin Xian waved his hand and asked these people to be quiet. He said, "There is no need to go through so much trouble. I have cured your young master's illness." "What? Cured. Everyone was stunned, especially the few holy venerates who were watching the show. They were stunned on the spot. How is that possible? The thunder god, holy venerate, instantly jumped out. Brat, there should be a limit to your nonsense. How can you cure an illness that even a holy venerate can't cure in such a short time? Humph. Lin Xian sneered. You are trash, but don't treat everyone as trash. I can do what you can't do. How dare you call me trash? The holy venerate was completely furious. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. Lin Xian said, Try attacking me. I have cured your young master's illness. I am protected by the Green Mountain clan. The thunder god, holy venerate, calmed down. The Green Mountain clan's clan leader comforted the holy venerate as he rushed inside impatiently. The others also rushed into the main hall. I want to see what you mean by cured. The Thunder God City's holy venerate was not convinced. The other holy venerates were also shocked. They had to see it with their own eyes. Everyone rushed inside. They saw a young man lying there, sleeping peacefully. His pained little face also eased up. The pain was really gone. The middle-aged couple cried tears of joy. The people of Green Mountain Clan were also in an uproar. The Green Mountain Clan's clan leader heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Lin. I am eternally grateful. He was a holy venerate, the clan leader of a clan. However, at this moment, he was bowing respectfully to Lin Xian. Behind him, the holy venerates were even more stunned. No way, he really cured my young master? Could it be a coincidence? These people gritted their teeth. They guessed that the illness must have flared up, so the illness was cured. It was definitely not cured by this brat. However, no matter what they said, the people of Green Mountain Clan were still grateful to Lin Xian. The Green Mountain Clan's clan leader asked, Young Master Lin, do you know what illness this is? Yes, we have invited many people, but they can't tell, let alone cure it. The Green Mountain Clan's clan leader also sighed. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Should I tell them about the curse? He didn't say it directly. Instead, he asked, Did you offend anyone? Or rather, did this young master offend anyone before? Offend anyone? The people of Green Mountain Clan shook their heads. It shouldn't be. Their Green Mountain Clan was very low-key. They usually stayed in Green Mountain City and didn't go out. Who could they offend? Even if they offended someone, they weren't afraid. Even if they offended a holy venerate, they wouldn't be afraid. Unless it was a saint king. However, a saint king probably wouldn't do anything to them. So the Green Mountain Clan's clan leader shook his head. I don't know what illness he has. I only know that there is a black rune in his body that is very strange. I destroyed the black rune, so his illness should be cured. Black rune? These people were greatly surprised. Chapter 4060. How did young Master Lin find out about it? A Saint Venerable asked. The others were also confused. Lin Xian said, Well, I have my own way. Everyone has their secrets, right? Humph. The Saint Venerable snorted. He didn't expect Lin Xian to keep him in suspense. The others also looked gloomy. It was really embarrassing this time. Previously, they swore that Lin Xian would never succeed. However, Lin Xian cured the young master's injuries so easily. Wasn't that a slap to their faces? And it was very painful. Therefore, these Saint Venerables didn't want to stay here. The Green Mountain clan leader also knew, so he let the first elder of Green Mountain bring these people back to the main hall. He stayed here personally, holding Lin Xian's hand and laughing nonstop. The people of the Green Mountain clan around them were even more grateful to Lin Xian. Many people offered treasures. The Green Mountain clan leader also said, I'll agree to these 2 conditions. If you have any other requests, the Green Mountain clan will definitely satisfy you. Seeing the Green Mountain clan leader's fiery eyes, Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. Damn, these people are too excited. It seemed that the young master he saved was incredible. It was said that he even had an atavistic bloodline. There was a high chance that he would become a saint king in the future. No wonder these people were so excited that they were about to cry. Senior clan leader, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just trying. To be honest, I didn't have much confidence before. I'm just lucky this time. Young Master Lin, no matter what, you're the savior of the Green Mountain clan. Even though Lin Xian was reluctant, the Green Mountain clan leader still gave a few saint artifacts and some natural treasures to Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, don't worry. We'll open the Green Mountain world in 5 days. Lin Xian nodded. I'll wait then. Then he left. It seemed that this was a blessing in disguise. Not only did he slap the Saint Venerable's face, but he also became the savior of Green Mountain bamboo. He could do whatever he wanted here. Those Saint Venerables didn't dare to attack him. Moreover, he had obtained several saint artifacts and a pile of natural treasures for free. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sang a little tune as he returned to the birthday banquet. The people outside were very lively. They did not know that the people from the first palace had already left. When Lin Xian appeared again, it caused an uproar among countless people. It was Lin Wudi. Many people cried out in surprise. The fact that the other party came out from the first palace was truly enviable. With his hands behind his back, Lin Xian walked toward the second palace. Inside, Mo Xiu Yuquan and the others gritted their teeth as they saw the scene. Damn brat! What kind of despicable method did you use? How dare you? Your grandfather and I are of the same generation. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you believe that I will drag you to the first palace and let your elders educate you personally? Damn it! Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They wished that they could make this hateful brat disappear immediately. They had to teach him a lesson. Crackling sounds came from their bodies as all kinds of terrifying laws filled the air. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu walked over, as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian did not care at all. Humph! The Qingshan Great Patriarch walked out and said in a clear voice, "From now on, Sir Lin is the most important guest of my Qingshan clan. His status is equal to a core elder. Whoever touches Sir Lin will be my Qingshan clan's enemy. My Qingshan clan will not rest until one of us is dead." His loud and clear voice spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Oh my God, what is going on? This Lin Wudi had not only entered the first palace, but he had also become an important guest. His status was equal to a core elder. Didn't this mean that in the Qingshan clan, besides the great patriarch, this Lin Wudi could do whatever he wanted? Just what had happened during this time. Screams and discussions sounded out. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were also stunned. Brother Xian, what's going on? That's right, kid, how did you do it? There's no other way. The Qingshan Great Patriarch and I hit it off at first sight. So, he wants to be friends with me. How about it, Yu Quan and Mo Xiu? Do you two still want to make a move on me? Yu Quan and Mo Xiu's faces darkened. What do you mean make a move? They already said that making a move on this kid in front of them was making a move on the Qingshan clan. They were guests here, so they did not want to be kicked out. Kid, just you wait. Once we leave Qingshan City, I'll teach you a lesson. The two of them directly left, because they felt that if they stayed any longer, they would be angered to death. Sir Lin, you're really surprising. I'm more and more interested in you now. Qin Xianer walked over with a charming face. She exuded endless charm and excellence from head to toe. Seeing this scene, Li Hongxiu coldly snorted. Even Murong Qingqing was fuming, guarding against her as if she was guarding against a thief. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He'd better stay away from this demoness. The birthday banquet ended in this shock. A small number of people left. However, those top experts and geniuses did not leave, because they were waiting. 5 days later, the Qingshan world would open. Their main purpose this time was to come to the Qingshan world. Of course, not many people could enter the Qingshan world. Most of the others could only stay here to watch the show and wait for news. On the third day, Lin Xian was invited away by the Qingshan Great Patriarch again. He thought that the old man was going to thank him. However, to his surprise, the Qingshan Great Patriarch brought him to a pavilion and left. What's going on? Who is he going to see? Lin Xian walked inside. Soon, he saw a young man sitting there. His palm followed a strange seal, and wisps of aura spread out from his body. It's this young master. This little guy is really too unusual, isn't he? His cultivation is so mysterious. Lin Xian realized that he couldn't see through him. The young master of Qingshan opened his eyes. There was a touch of vicissitudes in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. It made people think that it was an illusion. You're here. You're Lin Wudi, right? I heard that you saved me. Thank you. He looked like a young man, only 8 or 9 years old, but he spoke like an old man. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Besides, I didn't lose anything. Your Qingshan clan has given me a lot of benefits, so you don't have to be too grateful. They don't understand. They don't know what this means to me. But I know very well that if it weren't for you, I'm afraid my life would be ruined. You're very interesting, little guy. Why do I feel like you're an old monster? All right? Do you know what illness you have? It's a curse, not an illness, the young master said in a deep voice. A cold light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 4061. Lin Xian was surprised. You actually know it's a curse. He was too shocked. Even the saint couldn't tell. This young master was too strange. Who did you offend? To think that someone had placed the most mysterious curse on him. Lin Xian was very curious. The young master glanced at him. I offended someone. It's too terrifying. Then he revealed a mysterious smile. Do you know? We're the same kind of people. Huh. Lin Xian scratched his head. What did he mean? The young master smiled mysteriously and gave him a jade scroll. Keep this thing well. It'll be of great help to you when you enter the Green Mountain world. I'm still very weak. I still need to cultivate. I won't send you off. We'll meet again when we meet. Lin Xian walked out with the jade scroll. However, he had more doubts in his heart. If it wasn't for the other party's weak cultivation, he would have suspected that the other party was a young-looking old monster like the unparalleled Saint King. The other party's cultivation was indeed too weak at the moment. He was really just an ordinary young man. Shaking his head, he ignored it. He didn't know what was inside the jade scroll. After returning, Lin Xian probed it with his soul. In the next moment, he screamed, Damn! What's wrong? Murong Qingqing was originally resting at the side. When she heard Lin Xian scream, she immediately woke up. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also pushed the door and entered. As she entered, she said, What are you doing? I didn't see anything. She came in with her eyes closed. Murong Qingqing blushed. Sister Hongxiu, you're making fun of me. We didn't do anything. Oh, that's right. It's broad daylight. Li Hongxiu opened her eyes and then frowned. Why are you screaming in broad daylight? Lin Xian was too excited. His hand holding the jade scroll trembled slightly. What's going on? The two beauties were very confused. Lin Xian said that the map of the Green Mountain world, including the array formations and traps, had all been marked. What? Li Hongxiu also screamed. Murong Qingqing's eyes also lit up. Really? Brother Xian, how could you have such a thing? The Green Mountain world was rumored to be incomparably mysterious. Even the people of the Green Mountain clan could not explain it, not to mention a map. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had a piece of the map in his hand. This made them extremely suspicious. Brat, did you get tricked by someone? Li Hongxiu was also cold. The Green Mountain realm was very mysterious. How could there be a map? Who gave it to you? Lin Xian was also puzzled. Could it be that young master's prank? However, he didn't think so because the picture was too detailed. It wasn't something a teenager could pull off as a prank. Was it the idea of the clan master of Green Mountain? But why did he have to give it to him through this young master? He didn't understand, but he firmly memorized the map. He planned to test it out a few days later when he entered the Green Mountain Steps. The two of you should also take a look and note it down. When the time comes, we will verify it. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also reached out their souls. They firmly memorized the map. Another 2 days passed. Finally, the day of the Green Mountain Realm's opening arrived. One by one, the experts and geniuses all walked out of the pavilions. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu also walked out. They turned into streams of light and followed the group to the back mountain of the Green Mountain clan. That was the ancestral land. Usually no one could enter. Only when the Green Mountain realm opened would they be allowed to enter. At this moment, in the ancestral land rented by the Green Mountain clan, many experts and elders stood. They joined forces to form a line of defense. No one was allowed to enter, and outside them there were countless figures. Every one of them had an unusually strong aura. Among them, Mo Xiu Yuquan, and the others were also among them. The clan master of the Green Mountain clan stood out and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the Green Mountain realm will open soon. When the time comes, I can let everyone in. However, I have something to say in advance. The Green Mountain Steps were left behind by the Green Mountain Saint King. It is incomparably mysterious. After so many years, we still can't understand its secrets. We only know that the space inside is very big, as if it was an independent world. Not only are there opportunities, but there are also dangers. There are even demonic beasts and humans living inside. Not only are there martial artists, but there are also ordinary people. You can enter to obtain opportunities and kill demonic beasts, but you can't touch ordinary people. You must keep this in mind. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by the Green Mountain clan." The surrounding people were in an uproar. There were ordinary people living inside. What was this Green Mountain realm? Could it be that it was really a world that had been refined by the Saint King? Even Lin Xian and the others were very curious. This Green Mountain realm was becoming more and more mysterious. Next, they began to wait. About an hour later, a rumbling sound came from a mountain in front of them. Then it cracked open. Inside, a vortex appeared, forming a vortex door. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out from the vortex door. The surrounding people felt it. They took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from their eyes. When the Green Mountain clan leader saw this, he said loudly, "All right, the Green Mountain realm is now open. Everyone, you may enter." As soon as he finished speaking, many people around him walked forward. However, they did not enter rashly. After all, it was dangerous to enter an unknown area left behind by the Saint King. When the people of the Green Mountain clan saw this, they took the lead and walked in. This time, their clansmen also wanted to enter. Seeing the people of the Green Mountain clan walk in, the others also followed. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and flew in with two peerless beauties. "Lin Wudi, the Green Mountain clan, is protecting you outside. But once you enter the Green Mountain realm, let's see who can protect you." Yuquan snorted coldly. Mo Xiu also revealed a cold smile. If possible, he would make Lin Xian stay in the Green Mountain realm forever. More and more people rushed in. Lin Xian and the other two appeared. They appeared on a grassland, surrounded by green grass. A cool breeze blew past, making one feel comfortable. Beside him, Li Hongxiu exclaimed. This place was too unusual. She felt that the great Tao of heaven and earth around her was boiling violently. Cultivating here could be twice the result with half the effort. Murong Qingqing was also surprised that the Green Mountain clan had such a sacred place for cultivation. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around, and then combined with the map he had seen to identify the direction. "We're in the south now." At this moment, a few figures swayed nearby and turned into a few young people. Lin Xian recognized the clothes they were wearing. They were from the Green Mountain clan. When they saw Lin Xian, they also cupped their fists. "Greetings, young Master Lin." They were extremely respectful to Lin Xian. "You're too polite." Young Master Lin, you have to be careful. When we came in, we seemed to feel some people's killing intent towards you. Chapter 4062. Young Master Lin can avoid them for now. Once they are out of the Green Mountain world, they will not dare to act recklessly. Yu Quan and Mo Xiao. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. These two had wanted to make a move on him for a long time. There might really be a battle in the Green Mountain world this time. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Also, the Patriarch told me to remind you when I see young Master Lin. Oh, what is it? Lin Xian was shocked. When I came in, I heard that someone had just arrived. This person is called Qi Song. What is so special about him? Lin Xian asked. He is Han Qinyu's disciple. Han Qinyu is a powerful Saint Venerable. He was your master's enemy 2,000 years ago and was injured by him. Until now, he was still injured and could not enter the Saint King realm. However, he took in 3 disciples. The youngest one is called Qi Song. He seems to be here to deal with you. Did he want revenge? Lin Xian understood right away. Master could not defeat unparalleled Saint King. So he sent his disciple to destroy the geniuses of unparalleled city? How despicable. If Qi Song dared to come, he would send him to hell. Thank you for your reminder. Lin Xian cupped his fists in gratitude. Indeed, if these people did not tell him, he would not have known that he was being targeted by a dangerous person. Since Qi Song dared to come alone, it was enough to show that he was not ordinary. Young Master Lin, please be careful. We will leave first. The few youths of the Green Mountain clan ran in a direction. They had their own goals. We are now in the south. If the map is correct, there should be a cave nearby. There are some Tao insights carved in it. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian thought that this should be a good way to verify the authenticity of the map. The 3 of them discussed and turned into streams of light, flying into the distance. 20,000 miles away, there was a huge rift valley. 1,000 meters below the rift valley, there was a cave. There were many murals in the cave, and they were filled with Tao insights. Indeed, they saw a huge valley in front of them. There is really a valley. Li Hongxiu was shocked. Murong Qingqing was also happy. Let's see if there are any caves in the canyon. The 3 of them directly flew down the canyon. Sure enough, they found a cave 1,000 meters down. The cave was covered by many vines. There were also countless Tao runes around the cave. Clearly, the entrance of the cave was covered by an array formation. If Zhang Xian did not come down, even a little saint would not be able to tell what was going on. However, Lin Xian and the others had a map, so they obtained it effortlessly. Lin Xian went in to take a look. He waved his hand and tore apart the vines. Then he sent out a flame and flew in. The 9 suns' divine fire turned into a golden crow and circled around inside, illuminating the interior. No danger. Let's go. The 3 of them walked into the cave. Lin Xian's flames turned into a sun that floated in the sky, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. The cave wasn't big, and there were murals painted on the walls. Those were the insights of the Great Tao. The Great Tao insights left behind by a sage king were very useful to them. He hurried to comprehend it. The hillmen were overjoyed. They found that the map was real. This was great. This way, they could search for treasures according to the map. The 3 of them began to comprehend the map. Lin Xian was comprehending the map while using the natural treasures given to him by the Green Hill tribe to improve the power of his body and the great dragon Sword Soul. The others did not have a map at all, so they could only search aimlessly. These people searched in all directions crazily. Lei Zhan was dead in Thunder God City, and a new chief disciple was chosen. His cultivation base was also at Early Little Saint. As a saint city, Thunder God City had a very strong foundation. Those Saint Venerables, elders in the city, all had their own disciples. This was the disciple of one of the Saint Venerables' elder. He had been quietly cultivating in the Saint City all this time, but after Leijin was killed, he was pushed out. He became the new chief disciple. His name was Luo Fan. However, he was not ordinary at all. His strength was much stronger than Lei Zhen. He could be considered as a disciple of the previous generation. At this moment, under Luo Fan's lead, these geniuses of Thunder God City were searching for treasures. Suddenly, a red figure descended from the sky and hovered above their heads. That person squinted his eyes and asked, "Do you know where Lin Wudi is? Who do you think you are? How dare you step on our heads? Get down here." One of the geniuses of Thunder God City roared. Luo Fan frowned. In this place, other than the people on the pilgrim list whom he was afraid of, he did not care about the others. Now, someone was stepping on his head. Did he not know his place? "Kneel down and kowtow to me. I can give you a quick death." Luo Fan said indifferently, "Looks like you're their leader. Since that's the case, let's ask you. The others can go and die." The crimson figure in the sky sneered. Many red Dao runes appeared on his body and spread out in all directions. Those red Dao runes seemed to have turned into poisonous needles that were slanting downwards. The void was pierced through endlessly. "You're courting death. How dare you look down on us?" The geniuses of Thunder God City were furious. The other party dared to fight against them alone? They had a dozen experts on their side. "You're courting death. Let's kill him together. We'll use the cruelest method to torture him to death." These geniuses soared into the sky and struck out their laws to block the needles. However, they soon screamed miserably. They could not block those red needles at all. Each of the needles was a law that directly pierced through their bodies. In an instant, 2 of them turned into a hornet's nest. Their bodies were full of bloody holes and looked extremely miserable. Even their souls were stung to death. Not good. This person is an expert. Quickly defend. The other 7 people roared, but it was useless. The red needles fell from the sky, and all 7 of them were killed. The only one left alive was Luo Fan. At this moment, Luo Fan's pupils shrank and cold sweat flowed down his body. Damn it! Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Who are you? How dare you kill the people of Thunder God City? Do you want to become my enemy? Trash, you dare to ask me? Answer me first. Do you know where Lin Wudi is? I don't know. Luo Fan shook his head. Seems like you want to die too. The red figure in the sky slowly descended. Luo Fan took 3 steps back. Our Thunder God City has enmity with Lin Wudi. If I knew, how could I hide it? Since you don't know, then go and die. After saying that, the red figure waved his hand. The terrifying red needles, once again, turned into a torrent and rushed over. Damn it! 9 revolution, divine thunder. Luo Fan did not dare to be careless. He immediately used Thunder God City's lost technique. His body had terrifying lightning, and it quickly spread. In an instant, he reached the 6th revolution. Chapter 4063. With a palm strike, the 6th revolution divine thunder, accompanied by his thunder god palm, was extremely powerful. However, it was useless. The 6th revolution divine thunder was broken in an instant. Luo Fan was injured, and he was also pierced into a hornet's nest. His body was shattered, and his soul fled in panic. Still want to escape? The crimson figure in the sky reached out a hand and grabbed the soul. Then he directly collected the soul. The soul was burned, and he screamed. After half an incense stick of time, the red figure retracted his hand. He really didn't know. What a piece of trash. Forget it. Let's find another person to ask. The red figure disappeared again, leaving only the corpses of the Thunder Saint City scattered all over the ground. In another area, in front of a large waterfall, for figures kept shuttling back and forth. Senior Brother Jean, is there really a treasure in this place? Yes, this Green Mountain world is too big. We can't find it at all. Jean Yunfei said, we can only rely on luck. If we can't find it, it can only be said that we are not destined to have it. But before that, we have to work hard to find it. The 4 of them began a large-scale search. Sword Chi with the power of the soul probed in all directions. They covered a radius of millions of miles. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed past. It slashed down. A sword saint screamed and flew out. "Who is it?" The other two sword saints roared. Zhan Xiongfei also snorted coldly and rushed forward. Someone actually dared to attack their 10,000 swords pavilion. They were courting death. Soon they saw their junior brother lying on the ground with his head being stepped on by a red figure. The red figure grabbed the sword saint's soul and directly pulled it out to search his soul. A miserable voice sounded. "Damn it, how dare you!" The two sword saints roared. Their long swords intertwined, and a terrifying sword Dao erupted. Ice sword Dao. Endless ice sword Qi spread out, freezing everything. Thunder sword Dao. Another person attacked. Thunder flashed between heaven and earth, turning into a divine sword that soared into the sky. The two sword saints attacked. They were really powerful to the extreme. They were courting death. The red figure sneered. With a wave of his hand, countless red laws turned into red needles, sweeping over from all directions. Thunder, sword Dao, and ice, sword Dao were both pierced through. The two sword saints were also beaten into a hornet's nest. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their eyes were wide open. Was he going to lose just like that? He was unwilling to accept this. Their souls left their scabbards and hugged their holy swords, wanting to escape. Those red needles turned into 2 chains that pulled the souls of the 2 people and then collected them. No, what a piece of trash. The red figure roared, and the void within 1,000,000 shattered. Seeing this scene, Zhan Xiongfei's expression became extremely ugly. "Just who are you? Why are you attacking my 10,000 swords pavilion? You're the only one left. Speak, do you know where Lin Wuti is?" Were they looking for Lin Wuti? Zhan Xiongfei's pupils shrank. "Are you Lin Wuti's enemy? It just so happens that we're the same. Why don't we join forces?" "You," the red figure snorted coldly. "You are not qualified. Impudent." Zhan Xiongfei was enraged. He was the sword saint of the previous generation, and his strength was unparalleled. "You killed a disciple of my 10,000 swords pavilion. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my junior brother's soul." As he spoke, he unsheathed the sword on his back. "Water, sword Dao!" With a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying waves swept across the sky, turning into a huge sword Qi with a terrifying aura. It slashed forward. The endless void shattered. Zhan Xiongfei was really too strong. He was even stronger than the 3 sword saints combined, and even more terrifying than Luo Fan. It was a little interesting. The red figure waved his red sword, resisting the attack. The sky was pierced by 2 rays of light, one red and the other blue. The 2 sides clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. "Not bad. You are qualified to make me attack. Remember my name. My name is Qisong." The red light on the figure slowly disappeared, revealing an ice-cold face. This was a man dressed in a scarlet robe. A red pine tree was drawn on his body, and it looked like Su Rushing. "Now that you know my name, you can die in peace." Qisong launched his attack. It was a terrifying divine ability. Endless red light spun between heaven and earth, forming a red pine tree. It was even more majestic than an ancient mountain. The aura on it was terrifying. The pine tree shook and countless pine needles fell down, as if it was a heavenly tribulation. Boom, boom! Zhan Xiongfei roared and instantly activated 10,000 swords. His combat strength increased again. Sword after sword slashed into the void, and countless huge swords surged. The 2 of them fought for 30 moves. Half of Zhan Xiongfei's body was smashed, turning into a hornet's nest. He was terrified, too strong. Who was this person? He had never heard of him. But the other party's strength made him despair. Explode! He exploded the broken half of his body, and his soul wrapped the other half of his body, and escaped with the sacred sword. You can't escape. The red pine needles turned into chains and swept out, piercing through heaven and earth. blocking the other party's path. Damn it! The sacred sword instantly exploded, and he left with his broken body. Those chains were broken by the sacred sword. Chi-Song looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion is indeed difficult to deal with. You can escape from my hands. He looked at the disappearing figure in the distance and did not chase after it. Forget it. My main goal is still to kill Linwoody. Shaking his head, he put away the illusion of heaven and earth and disappeared between heaven and earth. Following that, people were killed from time to time. These people were terrified. They knew that a powerful scarlet figure called Chi-Song had come to kill Linwoody. Damn it, what kind of person did Linwoody provoke? For a time, many saints did not dare to search for treasures and went into hibernation. Inside the canyon, Lin Xian and the other two were comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth, day and night. Great, my flowing cloud sleeve is even stronger than before. Li Hongxiu opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. On the other side, Murong Qingqing also said that the power of my Kunlun slash had also increased. Brother Xian, what about you? Lin Xian stood up and said, my nomological laws are much more refined than before, as expected of the Green Mountain world. According to this map, we might be able to break through. He was too excited. The two peerless beauties were also extremely excited. The three of them left the cave and left the canyon. Let's go to the next place. It's not far from here. There was a spiritual herb garden there, but it was occupied by some powerful demonic beasts. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian and the other two went again. According to the map, there was a mountain occupied by terrifying demon saints. Those 3 demon saints were very terrifying. They had all reached the small saint realm. They were a lion, an elephant, and a golden rock. They were very terrifying. Lin Xian and the other two were stronger. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu fought against them separately. The 3 of them fought, and the sky fell, and the earth cracked. In the end, they killed the 3 powerful demon saints. Chapter 4064. This was great. This was a spiritual herbal garden. There were actually many 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. They were too excited. They were careful to leave all the roots behind. This way, these spiritual herbs could grow again and benefit future generations. Lin Xian was very familiar with these things. They collected the entire spiritual herbal garden. There were 36 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and there were even more 8,000-year-old and 9,000-year-old spiritual herbs. This spiritual herbal garden allowed Lin Xian and the others to harvest nearly 500 spiritual herbs of heaven and earth. This was great. Lin Xian and the others directly divided it. Li Hongxiu kept it and said, when we go back, I'll ask my father to refine some good pills for me. I'll give you some when the time comes. Do you still need to go back? I can refine them for you now. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. You know the skill? Li Hongxiu was surprised. Of course, divine pills were not a problem. Come on. Lin Xian took out the great void divine furnace and prepared to refine pills. As for flying and searching for other treasures, he would leave it to these 2 peerless beauties. Murong Qingqing directly shot out a phoenix shadow, and the 3 of them walked up. Li Hongxiu began to search for the next treasure according to her memory of the map. Just like that, the 3 of them went on their way. In the sky, a crimson light streaked across. Damn it, are these people from the sacred grounds useless? They don't even know where Linwoody is. Chi-Song's face was a little cold. This time he was ordered to kill Linwoody. His master had lost to the unparalleled Sage King back then. Now he was going to kill the most powerful young genius in Wushuang City to avenge his master. Hey, the energy fluctuation in front, that's a phoenix. It should be a powerful guy. Let's go up and take a look. Chi-Song saw the light in the distance and immediately rushed up. In the next moment, endless crimson pine needles fell down. This was his method. No matter who it was, he would first severely injure them and then ask them. At that time, the other party would not dare to lie to him. Murong Qingqing felt a sense of danger approaching, and her face suddenly changed. Not good. Her palms formed an imprint. The phoenix phantom beneath her feet roared and spat out rainbow-colored radiance. It formed a barrier in the sky and blocked those red pine needles. Li Hongxiu stood up. Who dares to attack us? To think that he could block my attack. Qi Song walked out of the void and looked down. His eyes then lit up. What stunning beauties! And there were 2 of them. Looks like I'm in luck today. I won't kill the 2 of you. Come with me obediently and become my beloved concubines. Not interested. Murong Qingqing coldly snorted. Li Hongxiu also rolled her eyes. This guy must be retarded. He actually dared to say such words to them. Qi Song smiled and said, Let me ask you, do you know where Lin Wudi is? Lin Wudi? Li Hongxiu was stunned. Murong Qingqing also frowned. Why are you looking for Lin Wudi? From the looks of it, the other party didn't count. Qi Song laughed. Naturally, he wanted to kill Yi Futian. At this point, an even more terrifying radiance appeared on his body. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. That was because he saw a young man sitting behind the 2 beauties. There was a divine cauldron in the young man's hand. It danced in the air and flames filled the sky. Previously, he was attracted by Murong Qingqing's appearance. However, when he saw the young man, his eyes lit up. He shook his hand and a scroll appeared in the void. You look exactly the same. You must be Lin Wudi, right? The heavens are helping me. He didn't expect to meet him this time. These 2 beauties must be Lin Wudi's women. It's a good opportunity to kill Lin Wudi and take the 2 beauties away. Qi Song's lips curled into a cold smile. Kid, I've been looking for you. Now, kneel down and accept your death. If you want to touch Brother Xian, you'll have to ask me first. Murong Qingqing coldly snorted. Her beautiful eyes shone with rainbow-colored radiance. The phantom of the phoenix beneath her feet became even more terrifying. It was as if a real divine beast had been resurrected. You want to fight us with just you alone? Li Hongxiu, who was beside her, opened and closed her hands. Her sleeves bloomed with a mysterious radiance. Why? Do you only dare to hide behind a woman? Aren't you very arrogant? Qi Song snorted. Buzz. Lin Xian opened his eyes. 2 streaks of sword light flashed in his eyes and pierced through the void. Qi Song? He had already heard from the martial artists in Qingshan City that there was an expert who wanted to kill him. His name was Qi Song. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. Well, since I've met him, I'll deal with him. Buzz. Lin Xian formed a seal with one hand and stood up. However, there was still another one of him, sitting cross-legged in the same place. A clone? Li Hongxiu was surprised. Murong Qingqing also said that Brother Xian was not an ordinary person. Don't worry, it's just a clone refining pills. I'll be able to deal with him with the remaining strength. Lin Xian walked over. He used the 9 suns' divine fire to form a clone to refine pills. As for him, he was prepared to fight against the other party. Kid, you're too reckless. More than 10 experts have died in my hands. You still dare to use a clone to refine pills? Even if you're at your peak, you're not my match. We'll know if I'm your match after we fight. Lin Xian walked forward with a calm expression. Although he no longer had the 9 suns' divine fire, his aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger. The laws of sword surrounded him. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. On the opposite side, Qi Song snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, endless red pine needles flew over. They covered the sky and earth like a flood. Previously, Song Zhen had been able to easily pierce through a 5th-level celestial realm genius. Even Luo Fan had suffered under this mystic skill. Lin Xian took a step forward. He raised his arm and the laws of sword surrounded it. He slashed forward with his sword. A terrifying sword light broke through the void and illuminated the sky. The red needles in front of him exploded. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy came from the front. Behind him, the phantom of a phoenix cried. It spread its wings, and a seven-colored light blocked everything. Murong Qingqing rode the phoenix and retreated. You're just S.O. Lin Xian blocked the pine needles with his sword and asked, "Back then, your master lost to the unparalleled Saint King. Now, you're still no match for me. You want revenge, but unfortunately, you've found the wrong person. Humph. You're a swordsman with some tricks up your sleeve. But so what?" A disdainful smile appeared on Qi Song's face. "Even the small saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were defeated by me, let alone you." Behind him, the phantom of a red pine tree appeared, emitting a dazzling light. The ancient tree swayed like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire world. Crack! With another palm, the red pine tree behind him shook. This time, the branches shook and turned into a divine spear, thrusting over. Heaven and earth collapsed in an instant. The void around Lin Xian shattered instantly. It could not withstand the power at all. Chapter 4065. However, Lin Xian was extremely calm. His body swayed, and he transformed into a Kuan Peng to dodge the attack. The terrifying spear brushed past his body and made a deafening sound. Lin Xian's body shone brightly and suppressed his boiling blood. Then he slashed with his sword. The sword slashed towards Qi Song and enveloped him. It carried an extremely terrifying aura. Qi Song formed a seal, and countless red needles spun in front of him, forming a terrifying defense. At the same time, he retreated, and the terrifying sword Qi sliced the red needles apart. However, Qi Song had already retreated to the back. Crack! 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 Then his right leg shone with an incomparable radiance. Countless laws revolved around it, and it carried an earth-shattering aura. At this moment, even Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing frowned. They were able to sense the terrifying power brought forth by that kick. Wind God's leg. The kick created countless storms that condensed and shattered the void as if it was going to destroy the world. Obviously, this was a fatal attack. Even Lin Xian frowned. He had to admit that the opponent was indeed very powerful to come alone to kill him. This person's cultivation was the same as hers, at the early stage of the sixth heaven. However, they were both very powerful and seemed to be able to kill middle-stage cultivators. At this moment, the opponent used the wind god's leg, which was obviously a killing move. The power of this kick was extremely strong. Buzz! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not choose to retreat. Instead, he charged forward and activated the black Qilin tattoo on his body. Especially on his right arm, there were Qilin patterns spiraling around. Qilin arm. At this moment, Lin Xian's arm shone with endless black radiance, and the sound of Qilin could be heard. What a terrifying aura. Why does this kid have a Qilin tattoo? Li Hongxiu was shocked. The phoenix under Murong Qingqing's feet also let out a cry and resonated. Boom! His right hand blasted out like a black Qilin running between heaven and earth. Wind god against Qilin. Boom! 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 It was an earth-shattering battle and a terrifying sound. It was as if millions of lightning bolts had descended. The area was completely destroyed. So powerful. There were people fighting over there. Who were they? At this moment, countless people who were millions of miles away could feel it. They looked at the shattered void in the distance and did not dare to approach it. Within the storm, the smile that was originally lifted from the corner of Qi Song's mouth gradually disappeared. What replaced it was shock. Then it turned into a roar. Damn it! His entire body retreated, his right leg trembling nonstop, and his body swayed a little. Cracks appeared on his wind god's leg. At first, it was just a small dot, but soon it was no longer the size of his entire leg. With a cracking sound, his entire right leg split open. Blood dyed the 9 days red. He was injured. He had been crushed by the Qilin arm during the battle of ultimate skills. You're just S.O. Like I said, your master is no match for peerless Saint King, and you are no match for me either. Now have a taste of my attack. Lin Xian rushed over again. He swung his Qilin arm and punched again and again. His entire right arm seemed to have transformed into a Qilin divine sword. Extremely terrifying laws coiled around it, and it was extremely powerful. Ah! Qi Song roared into the sky. The red laws around his body danced, and the ancient tree behind him towered into the sky. Previously, regardless of whether it was the elite from Lei Xinqing or the sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Qi Song was unstoppable. He pressed forward courageously, easily defeating them. This made him think that those who came in were weak. No one was a match for him. However, at this moment, he was severely injured when facing Lin Wuti. Not only was his body injured, but his spirit was also damaged. His pride seemed to have been shattered. Thousand Pine Palm. Looking at the figure that was charging towards him, Qi Song roared. He merged with the ancient tree behind him. The branches of the ancient tree merged into his arms. He struck out with both palms. There were countless red thorns on them that could pierce the sky. Boom! The two of them fought with all their might. After 3 moves, Qi Song's left hand was crushed, and his right hand slapped hard on Lin Xian's body. Great! He sneered again. Although he was severely injured, he was confident that he could crush his opponent's body. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. Qi Song was sent flying, coughing out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. What happened? His opponent's body was not crushed, but his palms were crushed. He even forgot about the pain. How was this possible? His 1,000 Pine Palm was so powerful that even an intermediate minor saint couldn't withstand it. However, an early minor saint was able to withstand it. What kind of body did his opponent have? Buzz! Lin Xian's qi and blood were rolling in his body. However, he roared and waved his Qilin arm again, charging towards Qi Song. With another punch, both of Qi Feng's arms were completely destroyed. If it wasn't for the illusionary pine tree behind him, his entire body would have been blown apart. Arg! Qi Song roared into the sky. His face was distorted to the extreme. Damn brat! His opponent was at the same cultivation as him. It was as easy as blowing off dust for him to kill someone at the same cultivation level as him. However, he was severely injured this time. Moreover, it was after his opponent had condensed his clone that he was severely injured. In other words, this was not his opponent's true strength. Then, how strong was his opponent's true strength? He didn't dare to imagine. Who was he? Qi Song gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian smiled. You came to kill me, but you don't even know who I am? Damn it. Qi Song's face turned ugly. The information he had about Lin Wuti was collected from the universe. He didn't care about some legends. Now, it seemed like he was too careless. Humph. Brat, I was too careless this time. I won't lose next time. Qi Song snorted. He wanted to retreat. He had to go back and investigate the identity of this Lin Wuti. Especially his body, it was too strange. Lin Xian smiled. You still want to leave? You don't have much awareness. Since you're here, then stay. Qi Song screamed. You dare to kill me? Lin Xian snorted. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm Han Qianyu's disciple. If you kill me, I won't let you go. What Han Qianyu? I've never heard of him. You're not even a sage king. What's there to be arrogant about? Lin Xian walked out. His eyes were emitting a terrifying light. Didn't you want to know my true strength? Let me show you. Buzz. Lin Xian waved his right hand. Countless black laws appeared on his Qilin arm. The death laws condensed and formed a blade of death. He held it in his hand. Everything was over. With a slash of the blade, the world darkened. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The surrounding trees withered as if hell had descended. Qi Song screamed as the saber slashed down. No. Chapter 4066. Block it for me. At this moment, Qi Song exerted his full strength. However, with a single slash, his life force was rapidly drained away. His skin dried up and his hair turned pale. Damn it. The power of death. You actually know this law. I can't accept this. Chi Song's vitality was gone. I was careless, but my senior brother will avenge me. A white skeleton fell from the sky. Lin Xian retracted his death demonic saber and said coldly, "Your senior brother is here. I'll kill him." He turned around and walked into the distance, arriving on the Phoenix Phantom. Then he merged with the clone. In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. "Open!" With a cold shout, the void in front of him shook deeply, and 36 pills flew out, blooming in the sky. An extremely rich medicinal fragrance filled the world. At this moment, the cracks in the sky disappeared. Countless rays of light fell, forming rainbows and auspicious signs. "It's done," Lin Xian said with a smile. Next to him, Murong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu were stunned. They originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to kill a powerful enemy so easily. Moreover, he didn't seem to care and even came back to refine the pills. It was really a joke that a powerful enemy was turned into ashes. Lin Xian indeed didn't care. At this moment, he looked at the 36 pills in the sky and said, "These are peerless divine pills." Indeed, the medicinal herbs used to refine the pills this time were all 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and some of them were even close to 20,000-year-old. Even Lin Xian was tempted by the medicinal effects. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian put away the 36 divine pills and said, "Let's go. As we walk, we'll take them. It's not good to stay here for long." Murong Qingcheng urged the phoenix to leave this place. Sure enough, those people in the distance didn't dare to approach because the battle in front was really too intense. But later, when they saw the light of heaven and earth flickering and the great path descending, they couldn't stay calm anymore. Heavens, such a scene is definitely a heavenly treasure. Let's go and take a look. With such a treasure, I won't miss it even if it's dangerous. These people rushed over. Seeing that the multicolored light had already disappeared, they all began to roar. Damn it, he was a step too late. Who took it away? What a terrifying aura. A great battle had taken place here. The gazes of these people turned to their surroundings. There's a set of white bones here. They saw a set of white bones lying in the endless ruins and shattered earth. The saint blood in the surroundings surged, causing their hair to stand on end. These red needles. Have you heard that a terrifying expert appeared recently? He swept through everything, and no one was his match. It was said that the other party was called Chi Song. I heard that they were after Lin Wudi. Could it be that this battle was caused by Ci Song and Lin Wudi? Heavens, then who was this Baigu? Lin Wudi or Ci Song? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Although it was just a skeleton, there were countless red lines on the bones, like a pile of rubies. An expert frowned. It was rumored that Lin Wudi had the 9-yang divine body. His physique and bones should be golden. And this one is obviously red. I think it should be Chi Song, right? Is Chi Song dead? I heard that many experts died in his hands. Yes, it said that the new chief disciple of Thunder God City also died in his hands. Not only that, it said that Zhan Xiongfei was also seriously injured by him and almost died. Such a terrifying person was actually killed by Lin Wudi. Damn it. Doesn't that mean that the treasure was also taken away by Lin Wudi? Damn it. Some people were unconvinced, and some wanted to kill Lin Wudi. I guess that even a mid-stage minor saint expert might not be enough to kill him. If it's a one-on-one battle, there will be at least a few of them. Only a group attack can kill him. Otherwise, it's better not to have any ideas about him. Indeed, with regards to this point, everyone nodded in agreement. This incident caused a lot of people to panic. Of course, there were also some people who didn't know about it at all, because in this green mountain world, it wasn't as convenient to spread news as outside. Clear Moon Lake. Yu Quan stood there with a gloomy face. At this moment, there were many followers around him, and they were all injured. "Young master, what should we do?" These followers' faces were somewhat ugly. Obviously, they had engaged in a fierce battle. There was a lot of blood on the surface of the Clear Moon Lake, but there were no ripples on the lake. It was really too strange. One should know that a drop of blood could pierce through heaven and earth. An ordinary lake would have been destroyed long ago. However, the Clear Moon Lake was safe and sound. It seemed that it was the lake that had injured these saints. It was impossible to barge in. There was a terrifying existence and a terrifying formation in the lake. It seemed that they had to think of other ways. Yu Quan's eyes flickered. He looked in a direction with a smile on his face. At this moment, Yu Quan's group wasn't the only one near the Clear Moon Lake. There were more than a dozen forces there. There were Myriad Demon City, Yellow Spring Palace, and others. Of course, there were also the people of Green Mountain Clan. However, none of these forces had succeeded in entering the lake. One could imagine how mysterious the Clear Moon Lake was. At this moment, Yu Quan moved. He led his group towards the place where Green Mountain Clan was. This scene attracted the attention of countless people. What was this guy trying to do? Countless people were puzzled. Could it be that he wanted to join forces with Green Mountain Clan? Some saints shook their heads. They had tried before, but the people of Green Mountain Clan didn't join forces at all. Sure enough, when Yu Quan and the others proposed to join forces, the 5 saints of Green Mountain Clan directly refused. This was something left behind by their ancestors. They had an advantage here. Therefore, they didn't need to join forces with anyone. Yu Quan's face darkened. There was a hint of cold, killing intent in his eyes. It's not up to you. What do you want? Could it be that you want to fight with us? Qing Shanyu walked out and said coquettishly. The other saints of Green Mountain Clan also snorted coldly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, since you dared to resist me, I'll teach you a lesson. Yu Quan threw out the great desolation palm. How dare you fight us? Qing Shanyu screamed. The other saints also roared and counterattacked. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw the scene. No way Yu Quan was so bold. After all, this was the Green Mountain realm. Wasn't he courting death by attacking the people of Green Mountain Clan here? However, Yu Quan had to do it. Good idea. I'll support you too. Mo Xiu rushed over with his men. As soon as he arrived, he threw out the Yellow Spring map, which appeared directly above these people's heads. The terrifying yellow spring gushed down, making them tremble all over. The 5 people of the Green Mountain Clan were unable to resist the power of the Pilgrim List, and were subdued in an instant. Chapter 4067. Humph, don't even think about it. Qing Shan and the others gritted their teeth. Is that so? Looks like you'll have to suffer a little. Mo Xiu attacked from the side. The yellow spring diagram. The yellow spring water enveloped them. The 5 of them showed painful expressions. Damn it, come on, stop it, we said. The 5 of them couldn't hold on because this feeling was worse than death. We don't know much. After all, the Green Mountain world is very mysterious. We only know that there seems to be a great protection under the Clear Moon Lake, but we don't know how to get in. Everything is still under investigation. Is that so? Don't blame me if you don't tell the truth. Yu Quan grabbed Qing Shanyu and left a bloody wound on her arm. The blood spilled into the Clear Moon Lake, and the lake water started to roll violently. It was effective. Seeing this, Yu Quan also attacked. The other 4 people's arms were also cut. The blood of the Green Mountain Clan entered. Then, the waves rolled and formed a passage. It looks like you people are still valuable. Go in. Yu Quan threw out the great desolate chain and tied the 5 people up. Then he walked in. The 5 people walked in front. The water separated where the blood dripped. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu led their people. They followed behind. The others were extremely shocked. Heavens, they really attacked the people of the Green Mountain Clan, and it was really effective. We also followed in. Some people's thoughts turned faster. They immediately decided to follow. Some people hesitated, but it was too late. The waves merged again. As soon as they went in, they screamed and were attacked. Everyone guessed that there should be a formation in the lake. The blood of the Green Mountain Clan could temporarily break the formation. But it didn't last long because it wasn't a conventional method. But it was enough for the people of the Green Mountain clan to go in. Many people took the opportunity to go in. The remaining people were very regretful by the lake. It looked like they could only wait here for the other people of the Green Mountain clan to come. Then they would force them to go in. In the void, the phantom of the phoenix roared. Lin Xian stood in front and looked down. Behind him, two peerless beauties were meditating and cultivating. The three of them took turns to guard and fly. They had searched for many treasures these days. In the end, they obtained them easily. After all, the map of the Green Mountain world was here. When there was nothing to do, the other two would take medicinal pills and cultivate. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to fly. He looked at the map and decided to go to a larger treasure location. It was the Clear Moon Lake. After identifying the direction, he rode on the Phoenix Phantom and flew at an extremely fast speed. Finally, they saw a huge lake in front of them. It was embedded in the ground like a sea. The lake was incomparably mysterious. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. Here they are, Lin Xian said. Behind him, Li Hongxiu and Morong Qingqing both opened their eyes. They stood up as well. Both of them were extremely excited. During this period of time, they ate pills and improved their cultivation. The treasures they had obtained during this period of time were comparable to their 300 years of cultivation in the outside world. It probably wouldn't take long for them to break through again. Was this the Clear Moon Lake? Such a huge storm couldn't even cause a ripple. It was indeed mysterious. Murong Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly. Li Hongxiu also looked at the map. Then she said, "The location marked on the map is obviously larger than the previous locations. This is obviously an important place." Indeed, it was important. There were already many people below. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He could see it even more clearly. Below, near the Clear Moon Lake, many people were waiting. Suddenly, they heard the cry of a phoenix. They all looked up. Who had come? What a powerful aura! It was Lin Wudi and the others. Many people screamed as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Wudi was now a dangerous person, second only to the pilgrimage list. They didn't dare to provoke him. "So it's young Master Lin." A few people in ghost robes walked out from below and laughed. "Young Master Lin, the Clear Moon Lake is very dangerous. Only the blood of the Green Mountain clan can break the formation. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu have already brought people in. Now, we can only enter if we find the people of the Green Mountain clan. Young Master Lin has a close relationship with the Green Mountain clan. Can you find them? We can enter together. Can the blood of the Green Mountain clan enter?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Murong Qingqing frowned. Someone had entered ahead of time. She was too surprised. Would the Green Mountain clan spare those people after they went out? "There's no need to work together. We have our own ways to enter," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then his voice turned cold. "I have a close relationship with the Green Mountain clan, and Green Mountain Bamboo has taken good care of me. Therefore, if anyone dares to have any ideas about the Green Mountain clan, don't blame me for being impolite." As he finished speaking, a sword light tore through the sky. The terrifying killing intent made everyone's scalp go numb. The two saints of the ghost hell region also retreated, their blood boiling. One of them clenched his teeth. "Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. We're giving you face by agreeing to work together, but you don't know what's good for you. What right do you have to give me face?" Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. "These people still dare to have ideas about the Green Mountain clan? Do they want to die? Today, I'll see what qualifications a young genius like you has to be so arrogant." The saint of the ghost hell region roared. A pair of black wings appeared on his body, and 3 ghost heads appeared around him. The 3 ghost heads opened their mouths and spat out black flames. The fire of the netherworld was extremely strange and terrifying. Wang. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the solar law and 9-yang divine flame formed the golden crow and descended. The 2 flames collided, and the entire void exploded. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding people to continuously retreat. The fire of the netherworld was completely shattered. Not only that, but cracks had also appeared on the 3 ghost heads that the expert had conjured. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body began to tremble. "Damn it," the other person roared. The ghost law on his body spread out, forming 6 ghost hands. Each of them was holding an extremely terrifying weapon. The 6 arms waved together and attacked. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian unleashed a Taiji diagram, enveloping all of the energy. Then the Taiji diagram rotated, and the solar law of death fell, directly cutting off the 6 arms. Not only that, it also cut the expert in half. "I won't kill you today because of Ghost Girl by Luo." Scram! The 2 experts of the Ghost Hell region retreated with their tails between their legs. The others were shocked. They were too strong. As expected, ordinary minor saints couldn't defeat them, unless it was a late minor saint or a few mid-minor saints attacking together. How arrogant! How dare you attack my Ghost Hell region? A terrifying sound rang out between the heavens and the earth. Following this, boundless ghost chi formed a vortex. Chapter 4068. This strength. This is the strength of a late minor saint. Countless people screamed. "Is there a late minor saint expert here?" Lin Xian frowned. Murong Qingcheng rode on the phoenix and dodged the attack. The void where they were standing was shattered, forming a black hole. "Let's go." They flew towards the quiet moon lake and entered the mirror moon lake in the next moment. "Want to leave?" A ghost-robed man walked out from the black vortex in the sky. It was indeed a late minor saint expert. Seeing this scene, he also rushed into the clear moon lake. Did they go in? The surrounding people were shocked to see this. They could only watch from the side of the lake, not daring to go in. After all, they had suffered a great loss here before. After entering, Lin Xian felt a strange energy rushing towards them. There was a very dangerous formation at the bottom of the lake. However, they were not afraid. They had the map in their hands and could easily break the ancient formation. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He turned his head and saw that there was someone else coming in after they landed. Moreover, that person was emitting a strong killing intent, locking on the 3 of them. "Damn it, it's that person from the Ghost Hell region." Li Hongxiu frowned and slapped a flowing cloud. Buzz. The ghostly claw reached out and tore her sleeve in an instant. "He's too strong." Li Hongxiu's face turned pale. The 3 of them were early minor saints, while the opponent was a late minor saint. The gap between them was too big. The further they went, the more difficult it would be to fight someone with a higher cultivation level. For someone like Lin Xian, who could fight someone with a higher cultivation level, he was a top genius. Even so, it was still very difficult for him to fight a late minor saint expert. Of course, Lin Xian was confident. However, he didn't need to do it himself now. He could rely on the peerless killing formation in the Mirror Moon Lake to fight against the opponent. "Kid, you can't run away." Behind them, the ghost saint sneered. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the 3 of them in an instant, blocking their way. "Kid, I won't kill you for the sake of the ghost lady. I'll give you a chance to live. Give me the cultivation technique of your divine body. I can let the 3 of you walk the holy road. You're a ghost saint. Do you want to cultivate this kind of young body? Aren't you afraid of death?" Lin Xian sneered. "You don't have to worry about that. I have a way to digest it. What do you think? These conditions are already very favorable for you. The 3 of you can live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. In the Azure Mountain Realm, even if you die, you won't be able to trace it back to me. I can even make it look like an accident. Are you threatening me now?" Li Hongxiu's small face was cold. As the daughter of the Sing King, the other party actually dared to threaten her. So what if he threatened you? In this special space, this ghost saint was not afraid at all. Lin Xian chuckled. "Do you really think that you can defeat us on your own? Humph. Although you're strong enough to kill a mid-minor saint, you're still no match for a late minor saint. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then don't blame me for being impolite." The ghost saint snorted and formed a seal with his palms. 3 ghostly claws appeared behind him, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The power of those claws was really too strong. Even a mid-minor saint would feel despair upon seeing those claws. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian and the other 2 retreated. At the same time, they attacked in different directions. According to the map, there was a formation below. It was called the Purifying Moon Grand Formation. It was extremely terrifying. What they were doing now was using the power of the Purifying Moon Grand Formation. Sure enough, the water below formed a terrifying killing intent. It formed a half-moon light and slashed forward. What's going on? The 3 ghostly claws were cut off in an instant. The ghost saint felt a peerless killing intent shrouding him. How is this possible? Is Lin Wuti so powerful that he can threaten me? No, it's not this kid's strength. The ghost saint looked around. Damn it, there's something in the water. Is it a formation? Damn it, I was too careless. His body swayed, wanting to leave. At the same time, he struck out a few more ghostly claws, wanting to bring Lin Xian and the others away. After all, even if they died, he wanted to bring their corpses back. However, the killing intent of the Purifying Moon Grand Formation was getting more and more terrifying. The ghostly claws he struck out were completely destroyed. Damn it, seems like I have to leave first. He flew upwards. At the bottom of the lake, his speed became extremely slow, as if he was struggling in a quagmire. Behind him, Lin Xian said with a smile, "Don't go back then." "How is this possible?" The ghost saint was shocked. "Aren't you guys affected?" As a late-stage minor saint, he almost couldn't bear it anymore. However, these 3 people were still smiling and weren't affected at all. Wait a minute. The 3 of them are standing there. Could it be that they know how to break the formation? The ghost saint immediately noticed the problem. The 3 of them weren't standing together. They were standing in different directions. He rushed towards that direction. Smart, but it's useless. Lin Xian sneered. The 3 of them changed their positions and sent out their energy into the water. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. With a crack, a ray of light shrouded the ghost saint. The ghost saint screamed in pain. His body was broken. One had to admit that he was very powerful. He managed to dodge the attack at the critical moment. Only one of his arms was cut off. Arg! Explode! The ghost saint screamed. His hair stood on end. He smashed the broken arm away and used the force to rush up to the sky. "Quick, defend yourself." Lin Xian and the other 2 also retreated continuously. Their arms had exploded, and the power was indeed terrifying. Sure enough, the water flowed rapidly, forming a terrifying aura. With the help of this aura, the ghost saint escaped from the sacred heavens, left the lake, and came to the void. Damn it, Lin Wuti, I won't let you go. What happened? A late-stage minor saint expert was injured. The people at the lakeside were stunned. It was too unbelievable. Was it done by Lin Wuti? It can't be. This is too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. The scene made them dumbfounded. No, it was done by the formation at the bottom of the lake. However, Lin Wuti hasn't come up yet. Was he killed? They discussed animatedly. If Lin Wuti died in there, it would be a big deal. After waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Lin Xian coming up. Someone said that Lin Wuti was dead for sure. No one could stay underwater for such a long time. Great, the great Demon King is finally dead. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, the ghost saint snorted. That brat could use a formation to kill me. This means that he should have broken the formation below. It's impossible for him to die in the formation. What? Lin Wuti broke the formation below? His attainments in formations have reached such a terrifying level. These people were terrified. Under the water. Chapter 4069. A group of people stopped in the depths of the lake. They were Yu Quan and the others. Previously, They had relied on the blood of the Green Mountain tribe to temporarily break the formation and enter. They thought that their journey would be smooth, but they did not expect that the blood of the Green Mountain tribe's lord would not work. These people were not the direct descendants of the Green Mountain Sage King. Otherwise, they would have been able to advance further. Emo Xiao said with a frown. On the other hand, Qing Shanyu and the others looked terrible. Along the way, they had continuously used their sage blood, causing their qi and blood to become extremely weak. Now, these people dared to look down on them. How despicable! Just you wait, I will not let you go when we get out. The Green Mountain tribe will not let this go. Qing Shan, you gritted her teeth. If you continue talking nonsense, I will kill you now. Emo Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. The Yellow Springs diagram flew out, causing Qing Shanyu and the others to tremble. However, Yu Quan said, "Don't attack first, these people might be useful." Watch them. He used the Great Desolate Chain to completely seal the 5 of them. Then he said to his subordinates, "Watch them. The rest of you follow me." He waved his hand. 3 of them stayed behind to watch over the 5 people from the Green Mountain tribe. As for the others, they followed Yu Kei and Emo Xiao and rushed up. It seemed that they would have to rely on their own strength to break the formation below. Boom! 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 Not long after, there was a terrifying tremor. 3 people from the Great Desolate Mansion brought Qing Shanyu and the others to a safe place. Then they closed their eyes and rested. They only needed to wait. There was no way the 5 of them could escape. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had also entered the lake. Not long after they came down, they heard the sound of violent tremors. Someone is attacking the formation. Murong Qingqing said. Li Hongxiu snorted. It seemed that Yu Quan and the others were trapped. Lin Xian said, "Let's speed up." The 3 of them quickly flew forward. Wait, those are the people from the Green Mountain tribe. Lin Xian activated his heavenly divine eyes and saw 8 figures not far away. 5 of them were chained up. The other 3 were guarding them. They were from the Great Desolate Mansion. They had sealed the people of the Green Mountain tribe and used their blood to break the formation. Murong Qingqing and the others had heard about what had happened before. Older brother Xian, do you want to make a move? Lin Xian nodded. Of course, he had to help. The Green Mountain tribe had treated him well, and now that he saw someone from the Green Mountain tribe in danger, he had to help. Damn it, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Qing Shanyu shouted. The 3 people from the Great Desolate Mansion opened their eyes and laughed. Little girl, you still want to go out now? Are you dreaming? I haven't killed you yet, because you are still useful. When you are no longer useful, I will let you stay in the Green Mountain world forever. When we get out, who would dare to say that it was us who did it? It's very normal for you all to have died. This place is incomparably dangerous. We will create the illusion that you all died in the formation. Damn it! Qing Shanyu screamed. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. The saint of the Great Desolate Mansion said, "Little girl, how dare you scold us? Look at how pretty you are. Why don't I let you have some fun in advance?" He revealed a ferocious expression. Qing Shanyue's face turned pale. "How dare you? What's there to be afraid of? You all are going to die anyway. It would be a waste if I don't enjoy you." The 3 of them laughed sinisterly and walked forward. "No, I won't let you have your way, even if I die." Qing Shanyue was in despair. However, the Great Desolate Mansion's chains on them were too terrifying. They sealed their cultivation, making it impossible for them to resist. Puff! At this critical moment, a sword light slashed down, directly splitting one of them into 2 halves. That person didn't even have time to scream before he died. When the other 2 saw this, their hair stood on end. They roared in anger. "Who dares to sneak up on us? Get out here." Not only were there people from the Great Desolate Mansion and Acheron Palace here, the others had also followed them in. There might be experts hiding among them. Are they trying to snatch the 5 Green Mountain chieftains' men away? Damn it, contact the people at the front. They wanted to spread the news. However, a light flashed and severed that person's arm. The formation in his hand was also shattered and exploded. Damn it, who is this person? They were horrified. The methods of these people were really too strong. In the next moment, they saw 3 people appear in front of them and surround them. It's you, Lin Wudy. They screamed crazily. Lin Wudy came in. It's young Master Lin. Qin Shangyue and the others thought that they were going to die in despair. They didn't expect Lin Xian to come at the last moment. Young Master Lin, save us. They screamed. Lin Xian nodded. He waved his hand, and the 5 elements sword technique broke the great desolate mansion's chains. Qin Shangyue and the others were freed and regained their freedom. What do you want to do with these 2? Lin Xian asked. Qin Shangyue said, Young Master Lin, cripple them and leave them to us. They had been tortured along the way. Although they were not dead, there was not even half of their blood left in their bodies. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to vent their anger. Good. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He waved his hand, and a terrifying sword intent rushed out. No. Damn it. It can't be like this. Damn it. I'll fight it out with you. The 2 of them still wanted to fight back. But how could they be a match for Lin Xian? In an instant, their bodies were pierced, and their cultivation was sealed and crippled. Damn it. What did you do to me? The 2 sages screamed in horror. Lin Xian said, I'll leave them to you. We'll go ahead and investigate. Qin Shangyue and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. Didn't you want to kill us? Let's see who will kill who today. They tortured the 2 of them crazily. They didn't have to worry about their voices being heard. Lin Xian set up an array formation so that the people in front couldn't investigate the situation here. I'll go ahead and take a look. The 2 of you stay here. Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian stayed here. Lin Xian went up alone. He put on the void beast skin and quietly flew forward. In front of him, a violent explosion sounded. Obviously, Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were attacking fiercely. They wanted to break the array formation. However, the array formation here was very difficult to break. Even if they used strong methods, the progress was very slow. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. He didn't expect these 2 guys to bring so many people. It seemed that he had to clean up first. Thinking of this, a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. With the help of the void beast skin, he quietly approached this group of people. Not only Yu Quan and Mo Xiu were here, but there were also many experts from the sacred grounds around them, including many little saints. Chapter 4070. There was another violent tremor, and the formation in front of them suddenly glowed. Quick, retreat! These people retreated frantically. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. 2 little saints fell to the ground, their eyes wide open as they died with everlasting regret. What's going on? The people of the great desolate mansion screamed in an instant. Yu Quan also turned his head, and his face became extremely unsightly. Damn it! Is the formation really that terrifying? Should we continue? Let's continue. I don't believe that we can't break it. They gritted their teeth and roared. They continued. However, the next time, 3 minor saints from the Akron Palace died. And Mo Xiu was furious. Damn it, my eyes are red. However, they did not stop. They attacked again. When the formation counterattacked, they quickly retreated. At this moment, Lin Xian charged at Yu Quan. The law of water spread out, and invisible waves formed a terrifying sort of killing that rushed over. Yu Quan sensed a fatal crisis and instantly dodged. At the same time, the power of the great desolation erupted and cut across the void. With a clang, he was knocked back, his aura surging. On the other side, Lin Xian was also knocked back. He had to admit that Yu Quan was really too strong, much stronger than he had imagined. It was supposed to be a sneak attack, but it was blocked by the other party. Damn it, there's someone here. Yu Quan was instantly furious. Who is it? He kept attacking. The void trembled, and the person disappeared in an instant. Yu Quan saw him. "Lin Wuti, it's you. You're the one who killed my men." He understood in an instant. Mo Xiao, who was next to him, was also furious. "How dare you attack us?" The Acheron diagram rushed out and swept in all directions. However, Lin Xian had already left with the void beast skin. "Our men are in danger. We can't let them escape." In an instant, the two of them led a large number of experts back. "Let's go." After Lin Xian returned, he came to Murong Qingqing and the others. At this moment, the two saints of the great, desolate mansion in the formation had been tortured beyond recognition. Su Chun raised his hand and ended their lives. Then he said, "Let's go." Qing Shanyu and the other four flew in another direction. It really was Lin Wuti. Kill them. Yes, they couldn't be allowed to escape. He had to capture Qing Shanyu and the other four, or else his plan would be exposed. Yu Quan and Mo Xiao's eyes turned red. They led their men in a desperate pursuit. The two of them were very fast and were about to catch up. "Turn around!" Lin Xian coldly shouted and shot out a Kuin Peng, which enveloped everyone and continued to shuttle back and forth. He wasn't flying aimlessly. He was looking for an opportunity. He knew that there were two paths at the bottom of the clear moon lake. Yu Quan and the others had taken one path. Now he was going to take a different path. "Lin Wuti, you can't run away." Yu Quan suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of them in an instant. Desolate's palm slapped down with endless killing intent. Not good. The faces of Qing Shanyu and the others turned extremely ugly. They had fought before, so they naturally knew how powerful Yu Quan was. Such a person's battle prowess had already reached the late stage of the minor saint realm. Murong Qingqing and the others also took a deep breath. Lin Xian activated the unparalleled secret technique. His strength increased by 5 times, causing his speed to increase by 5 times in an instant. He dodged smoothly. Moreover, he said that this was a good opportunity. He stimulated the array formation of this place, and an invisible wave rushed out towards Yu Quan in an instant. Yu Quan's pupils constricted. He could feel the terror of this attack. He wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. In an instant, he was split in half. He was hit. Murong Qingqing and Mo Xiao exclaimed. Qing Shanyu was also stunned. Was he split in half? It was too unbelievable. What kind of technique was this? Behind them, the people of the great, desolate mansion were all terrified. "Young master!" They roared crazily. Lin Xian frowned. He found that there was no blood flowing out from his split body. Moreover, there were endless laws spreading out. Buzz! The two halves of his body turned into a shield and split open. It was a clone of the laws. Lin Xian frowned. He glanced around and activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. He saw Yu Quan's true body emerge in the void. Yu Quan's face was extremely cold. "Damn brat, how dare you trick me?" Just now it was indeed a clone. He used a shield and the law of desolation to form a clone to dodge the fatal attack. That shield was a defensive, sacred artifact. How could it be destroyed just like that? "Brat, come out if you have the guts." He gritted his teeth and roared. He naturally felt the aura in front of him. It was too terrifying. He did not dare to go forward at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Come over if you have the guts. If you don't jump in front of me." With that, he ignored Yu Quan and the others and walked forward with his men. "Let's go." Damn it. Yu Quan and Mo Xiao gritted their teeth when they saw this scene. Looking at the direction the other party was heading, it was obvious that he was going deeper. The other party was able to find a second path. "Let's go this way too." Mo Xiao flew up with the Yellow Springs diagram above his head and the demon, trident in his hand. However, in an instant he was shocked back. No, the formation here is even more terrifying than the formation of the first path. Moreover, it's even more dangerous. We still have to go back. We can't let that brat succeed in cracking the first path. These people gritted their teeth and went back. However, soon they were in despair. It was too difficult to crack. These people were about to lose hope. However, half a day later they welcomed hope, because another person came down. Did someone capture the people of the Green Hill clan? They were happy, but soon they found that was not the case. The person who came down did not capture the people of the Green Hill clan, but relied on his own strength to come down. Yu Quan and Emo Xiu's eyes lit up. Who could it be? They looked carefully. The next moment, they saw a few beasts coming down, followed by many people. At the very front was a spirit turtle. Although it was a tortoise, it was walking upright with a walking stick in its hand. Could it be Master Spirit Turtle? Emo Xiu was surprised. Yu Quan also took a deep breath and hurriedly went up to greet them. Master Spirit Turtle. So it's two geniuses on the pilgrim list. I want to join forces with you. Are you willing? That's great. Their eyes lit up. Now, they only lacked a master of formations. Master Spirit Turtle was from Demon City, and his cultivation base was only at the middle stage of the Minor Saint realm. Yu Quan and Emo Xiu did not take him seriously. However, the lifespan of the Spirit Turtle clan was long, so they had more time to study other things. For example, Master Spirit Turtle was studying formations. He was already 7,000 years old. He was older than the average Saint King. Therefore, he had been studying formations for a very long time, and his attainments in formations were very high. The fact that he could come down with his own strength was enough to prove it. Master Spirit Turtle's formations were superb. However, he did not have any experts with him. If he had Yu Quan and Emo Xiu to protect him, it would be perfect. Therefore, the three parties hit it off. Chapter 4071. Yu Quan said, Master Spirit Turtle, we have to hurry up. A kid took the second path, and he's very fast. We must catch up with the path that we deciphered. It did not matter. Master Spirit Turtle was very confident in his attainments in formations. Sure enough, under his deciphering, everyone could move forward. 3 days later, they arrived at the depths and saw a palace built with coral shells in front of them. Great, there's a palace here. Let's go quickly. These people rushed forward, but they did not dare to enter. Instead, they looked at Master Spirit Turtle. Master Spirit Turtle walked very slowly, but everyone waited patiently. Master Spirit Turtle, please. They did not dare to move forward rashly. Who knew what terrifying formations were inside? Master Spirit Turtle nodded and waved his staff. Endless laws flew out. Let's go. Under his lead, everyone safely entered the palace. Great, there must be treasures inside. That's for sure. We're going to be rich this time. These people were extremely excited. Along the way, they did not see Lin Wudi's figure. They thought that they should have left him behind. However, after entering, they were dumbfounded. They found that the main hall was empty. There were obviously treasures in some places, but they had been taken away. Damn it, someone has been here. Moreover, Qi Xiu was still there. It was Lin Wudi. Yu Quan and Emo Xiu roared crazily. They wished they could punch a hole in the sky. The others also wailed. Master Spirit Turtle's face also darkened. Did someone beat him to it? He felt insulted. It was a slap to his face. Lin Wudi, I want to see if you can surpass me in terms of formations. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he waved his staff. With a dang sound, a rock in the corner was smashed into pieces. You want to peep at us? You're courting death. Let's go. They continued to move forward. Master Spirit Turtle was also angry, and the others followed in an imposing manner. He crossed the first hall and set off deeper. This time, they must be ahead of the other party. Deeper in the lake, Lin Xian and the others had been watching the formation the entire time. When they saw Yu Quan and the others' flustered and exasperated expressions, they all burst out laughing. Especially Qing Shanyu and the others, they felt very relieved. Morong Qingqing frowned. Since they were able to come in, could it be that Yu Quan and the others were also array masters? It was too unbelievable. One had to know that the reason they were able to come here was because of the map. If they were to rely on their own strength to break the formation, it was not that it was impossible, but it would be too slow. But now, Yuquan's speed was much faster than they had imagined. Lin Xian even speculated that these people would not be able to enter at all. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the scenes from the political and legal records appeared once again. He pointed at one of the turtles and said, "This fellow is a formation expert." Even Yuquan and the others did not notice the formation I set up. However, the tortoise noticed it in an instant. I believe that Yuquan and the others were able to enter the first palace because of this tortoise. It seems that they have the help of a formation expert. We have to speed up. Qing Shanyu and the others were stunned. To be honest, they also knew that the bottom of the lake was full of danger. However, they had followed Lin Xian all the way here, and there was not the slightest sign of trouble. It made them think that they were having fun. Was there really a formation here? They were all suspicious now. They did not know that if it were not for Lin Xian, they would have died more than 10 times down there with their strength alone. Soon, Lin Xian and the others cracked the formation according to the map and arrived at the second palace. After entering, they exclaimed in surprise. There were more things here than in the first palace. The first palace was mostly filled with spiritual herbs, such as natural treasures or large drops of spiritual liquid. However, the second palace was filled with all kinds of pills. It was obvious that they had been refined and placed here for a long time. There are several traps here. Don't act rashly, Lin Xian said. Qing Shan and the others nodded. Next, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Li Hongxiu cracked the formation according to the map. They collected all the pills. All right, we can split them now. Murong Qingqing was in charge of distributing them, while Lin Xian took out a few pills and put them back in their original places. He said that he did not think that Yuquan and the others would be able to enter, but now that they had a formation master with them, they could fight. He set up an illusion formation here and erased his previous information and methods. Then he took out a few remaining pills to attract these people. Then he restored the formation that he had cracked before and added his illusion formation. As long as these people dared to touch the pills, they would definitely activate the formation here. When that time came, these people would know what misery was. After setting it up, Lin Xian said, "Let's go." They passed through the palace and set off again. Behind them, Yuquan, Mo Xiu, Master Spirit Turtle, and the others set off with gloomy expressions. This time they used their full strength, and their speed was twice as fast as before. Finally, they saw the second underwater palace. Was there another palace? When the followers saw it, they became excited, but then they became nervous. The first disappointment made them feel very uncomfortable. This time, would someone beat them to it again? Master Spirit Turtle's speed also became faster. He directly pushed open the door of the palace. Then, Yuquan and Mo Xiu sensed it. They did not sense any aura. After the others entered, they also searched. Look, there are pills there. Is there really something? Why are there only 5? That's too little, everyone exclaimed. Perhaps it was a peerless divine pill. Their eyes turned red. Finally, he took the lead. The corners of Master Spirit Turtle's mouth curled up into a smile. Humph, as expected of a young boy. As long as he was serious, he would trample the other party under his feet. That's great. Yuquan and Mo Xiu made their moves and grabbed the 5 pills. In the next moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Not good. Master Spirit Turtle's expression changed, and he quickly stopped. However, his words were too late. Yuquan and Mo Xiu had already made their moves. Crack! Crack! The sound of the mirror breaking could be heard. Then, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire palace. Not good. Damn it. Ah! Those followers screamed miserably. In an instant, they were split in half and blood flowed out. Yuquan and Mo Xiu also felt great danger. Damn it. Mo Xiu directly spat out a Yellow Springs map and enveloped himself. On the other side, Yuquan roared angrily. He formed a barren canyon and trapped himself in it. The barren aura in the canyon was too terrifying. The great master spirit turtle also set up many formations and defended himself with the toughness of his turtle shell. The others were not so lucky. They could not resist at all. For a moment, screams could be heard. Chapter 4072. Come in quickly. Mo Xiu used the law, causing the yellow spring diagram to expand and envelop his people. On the other side, Yuquan also put his people into the canyon. The terrifying aura filled the air for a long time before it slowly stopped. Yuquan and Mo Xiu walked out, and their subordinates also came out. Their expressions became extremely ugly. The surroundings were filled with corpses, making them want to vomit. Master Spirit Turtle also walked out of the turtle shell, and his expression was extremely cold. Damn it, they had been schemed against again. This time, not only was the other party faster than them, but they had also set up a trap and waited for them. How preposterous! Damn it! Half of Yuquan's people had died, and Mo Xiu's side was about the same. Looking at the corpses of their fellow disciples lying there, the two of them began to tremble. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Master Spirit Turtle also made a move and sent the ray of light flying. That ray of light did not attack. Instead, it formed a few words in the sky. After Master Spirit Turtle saw it, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Master, Yuquan and Mo Xiu hurriedly rushed up. This old fellow must not die. The others also had ugly expressions. The words formed by the law were, "Old turtle, you walk too slowly." No wonder Master Spirit Turtle vomited blood. If it were them, they would probably be angered to death. The great Master Spirit Turtle kept trembling. He said, "Where's that Lin Wudi? I must kill him. None of you can stop me. He's in front. We'll continue to set off." These people gritted their teeth. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others continued on their way. They divided the pills they obtained in the second palace. Qin Shan and the others also got some. Although it was not much, they were already satisfied, because if it were not for Lin Xian, they would not even be able to get this. Furthermore, this medicinal pill should be of great benefit to them. But soon they were all dumbfounded. They saw that Lin Xian was eating the pills as if they were jelly beans. He ate nonstop along the way, and his body kept emitting thunderous sounds. There were even terrifying flames that jumped from time to time. Was this Lin Wudi? Was this how he usually cultivated? They watched with trepidation. Wasn't he afraid of going berserk? This pill contained the power within it. Just by smelling it, they knew how terrifying it was. They had to find a secret chamber, burn incense, and bathe in it. They had to adjust their condition to the peak before they could consume it. Unlike Lin Xian, who was chatting and eating candy at the same time. If Lin Xian wanted to strengthen himself, then he would have to cultivate. However, if it was for the great dragon sword soul to absorb, then he wouldn't need to cultivate with all his strength. He only needed to let the great dragon sword soul digest these pills. That was why he could eat pills so easily while walking. These two palaces had given him a great harvest, especially the great dragon sword soul. He felt that its power had become stronger than before. Furthermore, Lin Xian also discovered some medicinal pills that could temper his bloodline. This made him extremely happy, although he didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline. So what? The heaven-defying bloodlines of the others were passed down from their ancestors. Since the ancestors of those people were able to mutate their bloodlines, why couldn't he? If he couldn't be the second or third generation, then he would be the first generation. He wanted to make his bloodline unparalleled and pass it down from generation to generation. According to the map, their speed was very fast. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part. However, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. The deepest palace appeared in front of them. However, the door was tightly shut. What was going on? Big Brother Lin, was the last palace very difficult to crack? Qing Shan and the others were very curious. Lin Xian shook his head. The last palace required a special condition. As mentioned before, there were 2 paths to the bottom of the lake. They took the second path, and Yuquan took the first path. This last palace required people from both paths to crack it together to open it. That was to say, if the people from Yuquan couldn't come, they wouldn't be able to open the last palace. That was also what the map said. Fortunately, there was an old turtle over there. Li Hongxiu said, "Then let's wait." Everyone waited here. They waited for about 5 days. Only then did they see a figure walking up from behind. "You guys are too slow." Qing Shanyu and the others stood up and said, contemptuously. Behind them, Master Spirit Turtle and the others trembled in anger when they heard that. "Master Spirit," Turtle screamed. How was that possible? He fell to the ground on his back. This time he tried his best and was even faster than before. However, the other party was already waiting for him here. When did the other party come? Lin Wudi, Yuquan, and the others gritted their teeth. They didn't make a move. Although they could see the other party now, they were not walking the same path as the other party. There was a powerful formation in the middle that blocked their attacks and couldn't hurt the other party at all. Instead, it might cause the formation to counterattack. Therefore, they could only walk forward with gloomy faces. Master Spirit Turtle glared at Lin Xian, thinking, "Damned brat, you're not going in. Are you here to humiliate me?" In his opinion, the other party should be here to slap his face. Otherwise, why would he wait for him here? Did he think it was too slow? Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me wait? I'm here because this palace needs people from both paths to have a chance of cracking it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll never see me again in your life." Damn it, he's too arrogant. Could it be that the other party's attainment in formations far surpasses his? The others were also gnashing their teeth. Yuquan and the others frowned. Cracking both paths together? Master Spirit Turtle, is he trying to frame us? Previously, they were attacked in the second underwater palace, so these people were traumatized. Master Spirit Turtle walked up and looked carefully. He didn't lie to us about this. Indeed, both sides need to work together to crack it. Very well, let me see what kind of tricks this kid has up his sleeves. This time, he could finally see the other party with his own eyes. He wanted to see what kind of person the other party was. Then let's begin. You'd better use all your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with our speed. Lin Xian said indifferently. Then he began to crack the formation. He held his chin with one hand and kept tapping on the black door in front of him with the other. One after another, laws appeared and began to ripple. Master Spirit Turtle was originally very unhappy. He was humiliated to be looked down upon by a young man. However, when he saw the other party's speed, his eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. Someone is cracking the formation so quickly. Chapter 4073. He was 7,000 years old this year and had been studying formations for 6,000 years. His attainments in array formations were far greater than his cultivation. Even in the Thousand Demon City, he was a famous array master. Some saint venerables would bring him along when they wanted to crack formations. After he came to Clear Moon Lake, he was shocked. The formations in Mirror Moon Lake were too difficult. In other words, he was the only one who could crack it. He believed that no one else could. But the kid in front of him had not only cracked them, but he was several times faster than him. He couldn't even keep up. His mind went blank. Impossible. Great Master, Spirit Turtle trembled. Was there really such a genius in formations in the world? But wasn't this too heaven-defying? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. His eyes reddened. He was also cracking the formations quickly. He couldn't let this kid beat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to stay here. The surrounding people were also stunned, especially Yuquan and Mo Xiu. They had never seen Lin Xian's speed in breaking through a city so quickly. No wonder he could keep ahead of them. This kid had to be killed. He was a big problem for them. Perhaps the Green Mountain Realm was a good opportunity. The two of them looked at each other. They both had their own ideas. They didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited quietly. They would wait until their opponent opened the last palace and lost his value. Then they would kill him. Lin Xian used an hour to crack his half of the formation. Great Master Spirit Turtle used 1 day and 1 night. Great Master Spirit Turtle's eyes were red like a rabbit's. He was going crazy with jealousy. Murong Qingqing and the others were also surprised. Great Master Spirit Turtle was much slower than Lin Xian, but it had to be said that his attainments in formations were very strong. No wonder he could lead Yu Quan and Emoshio here. Buzz! When Great Master Spirit Turtle's last rune was formed, the formation was finally cracked. The palace's door slowly opened. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone's hearts were also stirred up. However, they didn't enter rashly. Lin Xian glanced at Great Master Spirit Turtle and found that Great Master Spirit Turtle was on full alert. He chuckled and took a step forward. Let's go in too. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Yu Quan and the others quickly rushed in. There was nothing else inside except for the crystal coffin. The item should be in the crystal coffin. Their eyes turned red. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in another location. As for him, his face darkened. Yu Quan, you dare to attack me? Yu Quan sneered, and the desolation sword in his hand disappeared. However, can you still escape? Today is the day you die. That's right. I think it's better for you to stay here. Mo Xiao also walked out, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Qing Shanyu and the others were completely stunned. These were 2 geniuses on the pilgrim roll. Would Lin Xian and the others be able to withstand the attacks of the 2 of them? Lin Xian didn't care at all. In any case, even Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were laughing. What are you laughing at? Mo Xiu frowned. Could it be that you guys think that the 3 of you combined would be able to contend against the 2 of us? They didn't believe it. All 3 of them were geniuses, but they were only early minor saint experts. Although they could fight against intermediate minor saint experts, they couldn't do anything about it. Although they could fight minor saints, they couldn't defeat them. They were confident that one of them would be able to kill all 3 of them. Initially, they wanted to get the treasure first before attacking them. However, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll deal with you first. Lin Xian's eyes shone with cold, killing intent. He looked at Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu and said, Leave Yu Quan to me. Leave Mo Xiu to me. Murong Qingqing walked out. Li Hongxiu shrugged and said, Leave Great Master Spirit Turtle to me. In an instant, the 3 of them had decided on their opponents. Great Master Spirit Turtle and the other 2 were so angry that they almost vomited blood. That little kid didn't put them in his eyes at all. Good, good, good. This old man wants to see what makes you so arrogant. Great Master Spirit Turtle was exasperated. Although his cultivation base wasn't the strongest, he was still a mid-minor saint expert. Moreover, he had lived for 7,000 years. How could he lose to a few youngsters? Immediately, he cast out a formation. Li Hongxiu harumphed coldly. Your opponent is me. She waved her hand and slapped at the void. Immediately, the main hall trembled and a terrifying water pillar rushed out. It blocked the formation cast by Great Master Spirit Turtle. Then many water dragons appeared in the surroundings and shrouded Great Master Spirit Turtle. Damn it! It's a formation, an extremely terrifying formation. These people were stunned. At this moment, Murong Qingqing also made her move. Another terrifying aura filled the air. 9 water dragons shrouded Mo Xiu. The power of the formation erupted once again. Mo Xiu roared and resisted with all his strength. The others retreated frantically. They were pushed to a corner, their bodies trembling. Only Yu Quan and Lin Xian were left standing in front of them. Yu Quan's face became extremely unsightly when he saw the scene. To be honest, they didn't take the other party seriously at all. However, the other party had trapped 2 experts on their side in an instant. Damn it, the other party knows how to use the formation here? How is that possible? Combined with Lin Xian's previous speed of breaking the formation, could it be that the other party could really control this place? But that shouldn't be the case. How did the other party do it? Did he get the information from green bamboo? He was about to go crazy. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He stomped his foot, and 9 water dragons appeared under his feet. The formation of the palace appeared again and attacked. Indeed, according to the information on the map, he could break the formation here. Of course, he could also use the formation here. The water dragon formation shrouded Yu Quan. Yu Quan roared, but he was still shrouded in an instant. Damn it! It seemed like Yu Quan was in danger. Terrifying laws were erupting from inside. However, he couldn't rush out at all. Kid, if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. On the other side, Mo Xiao and Grandmaster Spirit Turtle also roared angrily. However, Lin Xian sneered coldly. 3 idiots! This young master doesn't have the time to waste here with you. Attack! He ignored Yu Quan and the other 2. Instead, he came to the front of the crystal coffin with Morong Qingqing and the other 2. He could fight one-on-one with the other party. However, he had to get the treasure first. The crystal coffin shone mysteriously. The eyes of Lin Xian and the other 2 flickered. If other people tried to break the formation, they would die 5 times because there were 5 traps in the coffin. A single mistake could kill a late minor saint. Moreover, these traps were hidden very deeply. Perhaps even Grandmaster Spirit Turtle couldn't break them completely. However, it was no problem for them. Chapter 4074. Therefore, it didn't take long for the 3 of them to work together and open the crystal coffin. When the crystal coffin was opened, a dazzling light came from inside, along with a terrifying message. Qin Shan and the others couldn't bear it and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also said, "Retreat quickly." As for the others, Grand Huang Fu and the people of Acheron Palace also retreated frantically. They all retreated to the outside of the palace and watched anxiously. Inside the palace, Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, and Master Spirit Turtle screamed, "Damn, Snake! You actually opened the crystal coffin. What a terrifying aura! What's inside?" They scratched their ears and cheeks anxiously. However, they were now shrouded in a formation since ancient times. They couldn't even protect themselves now, not to mention snatching so many treasures. Lin Xian and the other 2 widened their eyes. What a terrifying aura! If they could absorb it, their strength would increase greatly. It was a kind of spiritual liquid that shone brilliantly. They didn't know what it was. However, just by looking at the power it contained, one could tell that it was an incredible treasure. Half of the crystal coffin was filled with this liquid. Lin Xian and the other 2 took a deep breath and went in. The 3 of them directly went in, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb crazily. Roar! Golden light bloomed on Lin Xian's body, and a black qilin appeared, letting out a loud qilin cry. It was shocking. At the same time, a dragon's roar came from his body, shaking the 9 heavens. On the other side, a 7-colored phoenix appeared on Morong Qingqing's body. The phoenix's cry echoed between heaven and earth. Li Hongxiu was also extraordinary. As the daughter of the Sage King, she had a bloodline. She was a Sage King. Many strange flower petals appeared on his body. They were all formed by the laws. The 3 of them began to madly absorb the mysterious liquid inside. "Damn kid, you dare to touch the treasure? I'm not done with you. When I get out, I'll tear you to pieces." Inside, Yu Quan and Mo Xiao roared crazily. Master Spirit Turtle roared angrily. "Kid, when I get out, I'll tear you to pieces." However, it was useless. No matter how they roared, there was no response. Just like that, 5 days passed. Master Spirit turtle's formation gradually became chaotic. From the looks of it, he was actually about to break out of the seal. Seeing this, Li Hongxiu opened her eyes and walked out of the crystal hall. He activated the formation again. Immediately, the 9 sea dragons rushed over. Inside, the great master spirit turtle was furious. Damn it, he originally thought that he would be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that the other party would actually add another layer of formation to him? He had to start all over again. As expected, after another 2 days, the Serene Fist and Mo Xiu's formation became weaker. It was about to break open. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also formed another layer of formation. This continued for 3 times. After about a month, the liquid in the crystal coffin had become very little. When it finally disappeared, the 3 of them opened their eyes and roared at the sky. That's great. I've become stronger, and my cultivation has also improved. Intermediate Minor Saint was not far away. The 3 of them were overjoyed. One should know that it hadn't been long since they broke through to the Little Saint realm. Now, there were signs of a breakthrough. Of course, under normal circumstances, this was impossible. They had obtained a large number of treasures in this azure mountain world to reach this step. Outside, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Lin Xian felt the powerful force in his body, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. The next moment, he looked ahead. Yu Quan, didn't you want to fight me one-on-one? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he walked forward. The 9 sea dragons rushed quickly and disappeared from Yu Quan's body. Then they shrouded the surroundings, forming an independent space. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Yu Quan rushed over in an instant. Lin Xian used the void escape and dodged in an instant. He came to the other side. You've broken the formation for so many days. The power of the law in your body must not be at its peak, right? I won't bully you. I'll give you half a day to recover to your peak. Then, I'll fight you with all my strength. Lin Xian now had great confidence in himself. Therefore, he wanted to have a peak battle with the other party. The surrounding people gasped when they saw this. Lin Wuti is going to fight Yu Quan? Oh my God, is he finally going to make it to the pilgrim board? Good boy. You're confident and arrogant enough. Good. Yu Quan did not hold back. Breaking the formation had indeed consumed a lot of his energy. He wanted to recover to his peak and then use the cruelest method to kill his opponent. His opponent dared to snatch the treasure he wanted in front of him. He was courting death. From now on, Lin Wuti's name would be removed from the list. He took out various treasures and elixirs from his storage ring and swallowed them. In less than half a day, his cultivation base had reached its peak. All right, boy, tell me, how do you want to die? Yu Quan stood up, and a hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was an expert on the pilgrim board, an existence that countless people looked up to. Today, killing a young junior in the early small saint realm would be as easy as blowing off dust. The law of desolation spread out from his body, forming a desolate blade that he held in his hand. With a slash of the blade, the void shattered, and an extremely terrifying force erupted. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian crossed his arms, and the Tai Chi diagram condensed in his hand, and he waved it forward. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire bottom of the lake rolled violently. The people outside were sent flying by the force, and they vomited blood. Their faces were filled with horror. Oh my God, are they really going to fight? They could not see clearly because there were 9 sea dragons in front of them, forming a formation that enveloped everything. However, they saw red light emerging from the gaps of the formation, as if it was fresh blood. Oh my God, has the outcome been decided? Has Lin Wuti been killed? No way is the gap between them so big. Was he killed in one move? He's really someone on the pilgrim board. In their opinion, Lin Xian might have been injured or even killed after one move. However, soon, someone frowned. It was a powerful demon saint. His face was gloomy and cold. No, There are two figures in the formation, and there's no smell of blood. It's not blood, it's killing intent. A monstrous killing intent, like a sea of blood. It's really powerful. Yu Quan's desolate blade had red law pulsating on it. It's the law of blood. Once this law is activated, it will be stained with blood. It's indestructible. It's very terrifying. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The law of death in his left hand and the law of sun in his right hand formed a Tai Chi diagram, blocking the blade. His expression was solemn. He had to admit that although Yu Quan was only an intermediate small saint, his strength was too strong. This was definitely the strength of a late small saint. Only Lin Xian was able to withstand it. If it was someone else, even an intermediate minor saint expert, they would have been killed instantly. Chapter 4075. However, Lin Xian still managed to block such a terrifying attack. His Tai Chi diagram kept spinning. Yin and Yang sword Qi burst out from it, as if they had turned into divine swords, rampaging between heaven and earth. These Yin and Yang swords were all aimed at Yu Quan. Moreover, there was a dragon roar in the sword Qi, which made one's soul tremble. The people outside the hall were all stunned. This terrifying sword Qi must be Lin Wudi's. This Lin Wudi is really powerful. He can already display such combat strength at his current cultivation level? Buzz. Yu Quan's face turned gloomy. Does he really have the strength to contend with me now? Damn it. A month ago he didn't have such strength. However, after he ate the treasure in the crystal coffin, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This made him go crazy with jealousy. That was originally his. If he got it, he might be able to break through to the late minor saint realm. However, it was snatched away by his opponent. How could he tolerate this? Brat, I'm going to drain your blood in a bit and refine it into a divine pill. Then I'll consume it. You can go to hell for me. He kept waving his desolate blade. Both of them clashed fiercely. Every clash felt like the end of the world. Hong hong hong. The people outside the palace had retreated far away. They didn't dare to get close. Inside the palace, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu had also retreated far away, using formations to protect themselves. On the other side, Amo Xiu and Grandmaster Spirit Turtle were also anxious. What was going on? How could the two of them fight for so long? Was it Lin Wudi and the other two against Yu Quan? That shouldn't be the case. How did the strength of these three people increase so much? They were all crazy. Lin Xian's arm was numb. He had to admit that Yu Quan was really too powerful. No wonder he could be ranked on the pilgrim list, surpassing many minor saints. Indeed, he had his own unique points. His divine body was actually trembling from the beating. However, he thought that Yu Quan must be suffering, because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Yu Quan looked fine on the surface, but his blood and qi were rolling in his body. He even wanted to vomit blood a few times. Ah, damn it. Judging from his physique, was he really an early minor saint? Even a late minor saint wouldn't have such combat prowess. Brat, it seems like your physique is really capable of contending against mine. But so what? Next, I won't let you have your way. He retreated. He was not willing to engage in close combat with the other party. He wanted to increase the distance between them and use his powerful cultivation base and divine abilities to kill the other party. Boom! Do you want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He directly struck out the Tai Chi diagram, as if it had fused with the Tai Chi diagram. The desolate saber collided fiercely with the other party's desolate saber. After that strike, Lin Xian retreated. Blood flowed from his palm. His opponent's desolate saber was very powerful. It even injured his body. However, the other party didn't have it easy either. Sure enough, a crack appeared on Yu Quan's palm, and even his bones were exposed. He couldn't hold on to the saber in his hand and almost dropped it. Not only that, his entire arm was numb. Damn it, what terrifying power! Yu Quan clenched his teeth. The people around him sighed in admiration. Too powerful. he could actually contend against Yuquan. This kid was really too ridiculous. Even Li Hongxie was amazed. To them, the people on the pilgrim list were an insurmountable mountain. However, Lin Xian was able to challenge such an existence. It was like a dream to them. Murong Qingcheng, who was next to them, frowned. She was very worried because Yuquan was more powerful than she had imagined. Next, the two of them attacked again. Yuquan distanced himself from the other party and used his powerful divine abilities and terrifying cultivation base to suppress his opponent. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Lin Xian was not afraid of using divine abilities either. His opponent's various divine abilities were endless. After all, the power of the great dragon sword soul was not to be underestimated. In the end, Lin Xian used the void escape and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuquan. The death demonic saber in his hand slashed at Yuquan's arm. It seemed that he was going to kill him. Yuquan's pupils constricted. "How dare you!" He roared angrily, and an unparalleled, desolate power erupted from his body. A set of desolate armor instantly interweaved and covered his body. With a clang, he was sent flying and spat out blood. However, the desolate armor on his body did not shatter. What a tough armor! Lin Xian was surprised. Did his opponent still have such a technique? It was no weaker than his divine body. No, it shouldn't be able to last for a long time. He guessed that his opponent would have used it as soon as he came. Sure enough, the desolate armor slowly disappeared and turned into laws again. Yuquan's expression was extremely ugly. He was injured. He was actually injured by his opponent and even spat out blood. This was unbearable. Ah! He roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering. The desolate law on his body was even more unparalleled. It was as if a desolate god had been resurrected. He was completely furious. He activated the desolate saber and slashed in all directions. He wanted to completely destroy the Tai Chi diagram. One terrifying aura after another flew out of the array formation. An entire hall shook violently. Fortunately, the array formation here was terrifying. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. However, even with that being the case, that aura was still very frightening. It was the great desolate sky destroyer slash. It was the ultimate technique of the great desolate mansion. It seemed that Yuquan was really angry. The people of the Akron Hall were terrified. Meanwhile, the people of the great desolate mansion clenched their fists. Great! Young master, kill him. Kill Lin Wudi. Lin Xian suffered a great impact. Is it the desolate sky destroyer slash? His physique had suffered tens of millions of collisions, causing the blood in his body to churn. He felt a sweetness in his throat and could not help but vomit blood. However, he forcibly suppressed it. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Kill! After the Tai Chi diagram, the law of sword also erupted. At the same time, there was a loud dragon roar. He seemed to have turned into a giant dragon and merged with the Tai Chi diagram. Then he rushed forward. Wherever he passed, all the desolate sabers were shattered. The 9 heavens and 10 earths shook again. A terrifying sword Dao aura filled the air. Its power was not any weaker than the previous desolate saber. Damn it, this kid still has a trump card. The people of the Akron Hall were terrified. Meanwhile, the people of the great desolate mansion exclaimed, "Young master!" They were very worried now. Boom! 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 The two of them fought fiercely. Yuquan was sent flying again. Lin Xian's sword chi was too terrifying. He could only summon the desolate battle armor again. However, he was sent flying again and vomited blood. Lin Xian was not in a good condition either. Although he had sent the desolate sabers flying, the power of the desolate sabers still hit him. It caused some cracks to appear on his body. However, he did not care. His physique recovered very quickly. The 5 elemental laws had all been converted into the law of wood, providing him with strong vitality. Those cracks quickly disappeared. although his body was stained with blood. Chapter 4076. Drip, drip. Blood flowed from the corner of Yu Quan's mouth, and his face turned ugly. He was injured once again. Although his opponent was also injured, it was obviously not as serious as his. He did not wipe the blood away, but allowed it to flow freely. At the same time, he kept forming hand seals with his palms. I never thought that I would be injured by you. With your current strength, you are qualified to be my opponent. However, you have completely angered me. I will let you know the price of injuring me. As he formed a hand seal, the blood suddenly became strange. It fell into the void and disappeared without a trace. The void gradually turned blood-red, and a blood-red vortex appeared. Come out, Baron Summoning. Along with his voice, the blood-red whirlpool suddenly expanded, and then 3 figures walked out of the whirlpool. The 3 figures were blurry as if they did not exist. However, they had truly appeared in that space. The first figure was a middle-aged man with a broken arm. Half of his body was rotten and his internal organs were visible. The remaining part of his body was wrapped in chains, which were the Baron chains. The aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. The second figure was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her upper body was intact, but her lower body was missing. Her upper body was also wrapped in chains. The last figure was an old man. He was intact, but only half of his head was left. However, it did not seem to affect his aura. What is this? Is he able to summon people from the great, desolate mansion? Lin Xian frowned. It did not seem like it. The clothes they were wearing were very ancient, and they seemed to be dead people who had been summoned through some means. The people from the great, desolate mansion outside were excited when they heard this. Great, Baron Summoning. This was the ultimate technique of the great, desolate mansion. Every sacred city had their own ultimate techniques, such as the 9 revolutions, divine thunder of the Thunder God City, the unparalleled secret skill of the Peerless City. The great, desolate mansion was naturally the Baron's Summoning. The power of the Baron's Summoning was extremely strange and terrifying. Legend had it that there was a desolate land between heaven and earth where countless experts were buried. Their desolate summoning could communicate with the desolate land and summon the people buried there to help them in battle. The stronger one was the more powerful and the number of people one could summon. With Yu Quan's current strength, he could summon 3 late minor saints. That Lin Wudi was dead for sure. That's right. Although he was able to contend against Yu Quan before, it was now 4 against 1. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hearing the discussion, Li Hongxiu and Murong Qingqing's expressions changed. They wanted to rush over to help. Damn it. The secret technique of the great, desolate mansion is too despicable. Li Hongxiu clenched her teeth. Murong Qingqing even unleashed her Phoenix Phantom, wanting to attack. However, Lin Xian said, "No, don't do anything. Just watch quietly. This is my battle with him." Murong Qingqing stopped. Li Hongxiu frowned. "Brat, now is not the time to be stubborn." Murong Qingqing said, "Sister Hongxiu, let's just watch from the side. Brother Xian has his own pride." Indeed, all geniuses were prideful. This was especially true for geniuses like Lin Xian, who had their own pride. Since he had said that this was his battle to challenge the pilgrim list, he wouldn't rely on other people's strength. He wanted to use his own strength to defeat his opponent. "Brat, you're pretty bold. You still refuse to call for help. Since that's the case, you can go to hell." Yu Quan's lips curled into a cold smile. It was indeed 4 against 1. But so what? This was his secret technique. As a top saint on the pilgrim list, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Kill! With a roar, he charged forward with the desolate blade. The 3 desolate mansion figures in front of him also attacked crazily. The man who had lost his left arm and half of his body had a long spear in his right hand. He swung the spear with one hand. The mysterious woman who had lost her legs waved her hands wildly. The last old man, who was missing half a head, was like a god as he engaged in a great battle. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong! Asterisk in an instant, the place where Lin Xian was standing was completely destroyed. Lin Xian received the message. It was a great crisis. Each of the three of them was very strong. They were the true late minor saints. Together with Yu Quan, this was a situation where death was inevitable. No wonder so many late minor saints couldn't challenge Yu Quan. This was his true trump card. Arg. Lin Xian pushed his divine body to the extreme. The black Qilin tattoo covered his body as he shuttled back and forth. But in an instant he still charged forward. The four of them were too strong, but fortunately he had mastered a spatial divine ability, the void escape. Therefore he was able to contend with them. His figure appeared and disappeared mysteriously. But after all, this place had limited space. He couldn't escape completely. The power of the four filled the entire space. Brat, it's useless. Where can you escape to? Yu Quan smiled proudly. Do you think you're the only one who has challenged me? How many people have challenged me over the years? But they all died under my blade. Today, you're no exception. We, the people on the pilgrim list, are invincible. As long as we withdraw ourselves, others can forget about challenging us. Their voices became more and more condensed. The four of them unleashed their power at the same time. Lin Xian was pushed back. The Tai Chi diagram in front of him dimmed a lot. This time he was also seriously injured. He was too careless. He knew that every holy city had a unique secret technique, but he didn't expect that their secret technique could summon people. And they could summon three of them, but he wouldn't back down. The death devil saber in his hand slashed out continuously, killing the mountain Taoist. However, Yu Quan sneered. It's useless. They are already dead. You can't take away their lives. After saying that, his figure swayed and he retreated. The old man with half a head stood in front of him, blocking the attack for him. Don't even think about taking away my life. The three of them are completely obedient to me. They can protect me at any time. So, Lin Wuti, what are you going to use to fight me? You can die now. Sure enough, Lin Xian's death devil saber could only attack these people physically. It couldn't take away their lives, because these people had no life in the first place. Then use the great sun sword. Lin Xian roared. The golden flames and the sun law condensed, forming the great sun sword that swept in all directions. Since they were dead, they should be afraid of the power of the sun. His divine flames and laws could definitely make these people collapse. Sure enough, these people were affected. Their power was suppressed. However, they were only suppressed. Yu Quan said, "They're not ordinary, dead people. Although you can suppress them, you can't kill them. If they're alone, they're no match for you. But with three people and me, do you think you can completely suppress them with your sun law?" Chapter 4077. Haha, this is great. Lin Wuti is going to die. Outside the palace, the people of Great Desolate Mansion laughed triumphantly. Qing Shan and the others were extremely nervous. Young Master Lin, Li Hongxiu, and Morong Qingqing were also extremely nervous. Is this kid really going to be all right? They were wondering if it was too early for him to challenge the pilgrimage Tai. He should at least wait until he reached the intermediate minor saint realm. Inside the formation, Lin Xian's face was cold. He was thinking about how to deal with his opponents. His opponents were not afraid of the law of death. He could suppress the law of sun, but only to a certain extent. His opponents had a huge advantage in numbers. Illusions. Of course, he could use multiple divine abilities to fight. He could even create thousands of illusions to attack. But so what? This was his power. It was divided into thousands of parts. It was different from the power his opponents could summon. He could deal with other people, but not those who were on the pilgrimage list. In that case, there were only two options left. The first was to kill Yu Quan with the three of them working together. However, this was obviously not possible. The last way was to make the three of them disappear. Since they were summoned, it was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. There must be a condition for them to summon them. There must be some kind of connection. As long as he could make the three of them disappear, he was confident that he could defeat Yu Quan. At the thought of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath as an extremely terrifying light erupted from his eyes. His golden pupils filled the entire space. Seeing this, Yu Quan hid behind the three desolate figures. "Kid, are you trying to use your eye technique?" "I've been guarding against it. I won't fall for your soul attack." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not attack, but searched. Where on earth did these people come from and teleport over? Soon he found them. These people all had unique characteristics. Even though they were all damaged, the common point was that they all had desolate chains on their bodies. Lin Xian could follow the desolate chain to search for them. Sure enough, although the desolate chain was hidden in the void, Lin Xian still found it. What will happen if I break these desolate chains? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The death, demonic blade, and the sun sword were instantly covered by a layer of dragon shadows. Its power became even more terrifying. Moreover, it was capable of destroying everything. Lin Xian attacked. He spun the Taiji diagram and covered his body. Then he quickly charged out. "Useless brat, go to hell." Yu Quan rushed over with three figures, and the battle was extremely intense. Lin Xian was injured in an instant, and his body was torn apart. The Taiji diagram dimmed, and blood dyed the sky. However, he didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he frantically attacked the chains hidden in the void. Clang! Clang! Shocked voices rang out. The three desolates suddenly let out frenzied roars. A terrifying aura of desolation filled their eyes. Damn it! Yu Quan was stupefied. "You dare!" He charged out, forcing Lin Xian to retreat, unable to continue attacking. However, Lin Xian sneered. He had found his opponent's weakness. This method was a fatal threat to his opponent. Otherwise, Yu Quan wouldn't be so irritable. "There was a huge loophole in this ability of yours." Lin Xian smiled. "Watch how I break it." Yu Quan's face was incomparably cold. Loophole. He admitted that any attack had loopholes. But so what? There were some loopholes that one couldn't know, and there were some that one couldn't do even if one knew. For example, the great desolate summoning. Those chains were indeed fatal, but those chains were only wrapped around the three of them. The other places were hidden in the void. Who could see them? Moreover, it wasn't a simple concealment. Even if one disrupted time and space, it would be difficult to damage those chains. Unless one was a powerful sacred venerate or a sacred king, one could directly destroy those three people with terrifying power. Therefore, this flaw was basically not a flaw. However, he didn't expect that not only did his opponent see his hidden chains, but he could also damage those three chains. What was going on? How did his opponent's sword chi pass through the void? What about the desolate shackles? Damn it, this was something that he had never experienced in his life. Not to mention him, probably no one else in the great desolate mansion had experienced it before. Kill. This time, Yu Quan took the lead to attack, and the three desolate figures assisted from the side. Previously, he had been hiding behind the three of them, but now it seemed that he had to take the initiative to attack. He wouldn't let this kid attack again. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light suddenly burst out from his eyes. A technique all spring and autumn. Although Yu Quan tried his best to guard against it, this was no ordinary eye technique. It was the heavenly secret divine eyes. Therefore, he was also affected by the soul attack in an instant. Although it was only for 2 seconds, he could escape. However, these 2 seconds were enough for Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, and a crazy surge of power flowed on the death demonic saber and the great sun sword. Then, he unleashed endless dragon-shaped sword chi. Clang! 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 A deafening sound rang out. Finally, the chains were cut off by him. 2 seconds later, Yu Quan had just escaped the soul attack. However, in the next moment, his face turned green. Damn it! He could feel that his control over the 3 desolate figures was gradually disappearing. You actually cut off the desolate chains. The chains on the 3 desolate figures also fell off. They roared crazily, and a strange light appeared in their eyes as they stared at Yukon. Yukon took 2 steps back, shouted angrily, and formed a hand seal. The summoning ended. There was a roar. In the void, a terrifying vortex appeared and enveloped the 3 desolate figures. The 3 of them vanished into the whirlpool as if they had turned into ashes. Without the chains, you can't control them, right? Lin Xian said coldly. Damn it. On the other side, Yukon kept trembling. He was really mad. Was Yi Futian really able to destroy the summoning? That was simply too unbelievable. How did you do it? Yukon didn't believe it. He guessed that even the sacred sage couldn't do it. The sacred sage could beat him, but the sacred sage used extremely strong power to suppress and kill the 3 desolate figures. It was impossible to break his chains. It was even impossible to find his chains. After all, this was not his divine power. It was a divine power that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the great desolate mansion. It was impossible for there to be such a flaw. You don't need to know how I did it. You only need to know that you have lost this battle. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Humph! You only broke my desolate summoning. How can I lose? You lost the previous battle and were seriously injured. I still have many divine powers and laws that I haven't used. How can you fight me? Yukon also stood up and roared with all his might. Thank you, Tong Xian Packaging, for tipping Piao Hong. Thank you, user Lonely, who can understand tip. User Gu Yu tipped. User Kai tipped. Thank you for your support. Chapter 4078. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. Coincidentally, I also have many divine abilities that I haven't used yet. Let's see who will win in the end. Humph! Yukon snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he formed another seal with his palms. The aura of desolation spread out and shook the 9 heavens. The endless aura of desolation combined with the laws quickly condensed in front of him. It seemed that he was evolving into something. Not long after, a behemoth appeared, and its aura soared into the sky. Lin Xian frowned. It was a canyon. The power it carried was very strange. The people outside the palace felt their hair stand on end when they felt it. Great! Young Master has used a new divine ability again. The people of the great desolate mansion exclaimed. Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also exclaimed. Does Yukon still have a terrifying trump card? Kid, you're lucky to be able to break my desolation summon, but so what? In front of absolute strength, you still have to kneel. You're not my opponent at all. Is that so? You keep saying that I'm no match for you, but after fighting for so long, can you do anything to me? Didn't I break your biggest trump card? You call that not your opponent? Moreover, I'm 1 realm lower than you, and I've cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years less than you. What do you have to be proud of? If we're in the same realm, I'll kill you like a dog. You're courting death. Yukon roared, and the murderous aura on his body surged. The blood-colored laws surged between heaven and earth. He was really angry. This poked at his sore spot. Indeed, in the past, he was the one who fought and killed powerful enemies. Now there was someone who could fight him. Moreover, the 2 of them were evenly matched. He couldn't accept this. He roared, Kid, it's time for you to die. Buzz! The desolate Grand Canyon descended crazily and enveloped Lin Xian. Endless aura of desolation filled the air, and it seemed that it wanted to pull Lin Xian into the desolate Grand Canyon. It was going to completely refine him. Buzz! Lin Xian coldly snorted. The Taiji diagram rotated above his head, and the 9-yang divine body released 10,000 rays of light. It's useless. Your trump card is useless in front of me. Now, I'll let you see my trump card. With a roar, the great dragon's sword soul roared, forming a sword Tao world that pressed down on the desolate canyon. At the same time, he used the power of the great dragon's sword soul to strengthen the Taiji diagram. This time, It wasn't the yin-yang sword that flew out. Instead, it was the taiji diagram that split open, drawing two figures. One of them was pitch black and held the death demonic blade. The other figure was like a god of war and held the sun god sword. Kill! Two figures rushed out in a frenzy. Lin Xian was even more unrestrained as he continuously unleashed sword qi and transformed it into divine abilities. Wasn't the other party able to summon the Desolate Man? Although he couldn't summon the Desolate Man, he wanted to use the great dragon sword spirit to simulate a similar ability. That was simple. Humph, you want to trap me with a mere clone? Yuquan snorted coldly. He struck out with the desolate palm to resist. However, they soon realized that it wasn't as simple as a clone. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Xian directly activated an unparalleled secret technique and struck out with 5 times the strength. The sword Dao whirled instantly sent the desolate canyon flying. Furthermore, the two human figures, one black and one white, suddenly burst forth with light. Their bodies split apart and countless dragon silhouettes appeared from their bodies. They intertwined with each other like the 10,000 dragons diagram. Moreover, it was the yin-yang 10,000 dragons diagram. It directly enveloped Yuquan. You want to refine me? I'll let you have a taste of being refined. Lin Xian roared, and the taiji diagram completely erupted. Boom, boom, boom. It was filled with the power of the dragon-shaped sword qi. Coupled with the laws of yin and yang, it was really powerful to the extreme. No matter how strong Yuquan was, he was still affected at this moment. He screamed crazily. Buzz! Desolate armor. It instantly appeared on his body to block. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Crack! With a roar, the yin-yang 10,000 dragons diagram exploded, directly shattering the desolate armor. Yuquan was also sent flying while vomiting blood. His hair was disheveled as he took out 2 pills and swallowed them. The strength in his body was rapidly recovering. Kid, my foundation is limitless. What do you have to fight me with? Even if I have to exhaust you today, I'll exhaust you to death. You want to exhaust me with just you alone? Nirvana! With a roar, endless 9 suns divine fire burned fiercely, enveloping his body. In the next moment, his strength was rapidly recovering. No, damn it, you actually know this kind of divine ability. Isn't this the great divine ability of the Phoenix clan? How can you? Yuquan screamed in horror. The Phoenix's nirvana could instantly recover, but how could this kid know it too? Xian snorted coldly. This is my self-created divine ability. Can't I do it? Self-created divine abilities. You can even create divine abilities. He screamed even louder. Divine abilities were usually passed down through generations. It wasn't that they couldn't create divine abilities, but the divine abilities created at low cultivation levels were too trashy and full of loopholes. Only those with high cultivation levels could create them. For example, the Sage King or the Great Sage. You're just a little saint, yet you're already creating divine abilities? Moreover, the power is so strong. Whoosh! Lin Xian came out of the flames, and the aura on his body became stronger again. Now who would exhaust who to death? He punched in all directions, and the void in front of him kept shattering. Damn it! The two erupted again and engaged in an intense battle. Lin Xian used all kinds of divine abilities, some of which were from Thunder God City, the Golden Crow clan, and even the Peacock clan. Yuquan was so scared that he screamed crazily. In the end, Youquan's body was shattered. He was also a ruthless person. His shattered body directly exploded, injuring Lin Xian. Several cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body, which was extremely terrifying. However, his eyes became brighter. The law of wood of the 5 elemental laws provided him with power crazily. Moreover, the immortality technique circulated rapidly. At this moment, his divine body finally displayed its super powerful power. It actually healed at an extremely fast speed. On the opposite side, Yuquan also healed, but he was seriously injured. His face was incomparably pale, and his aura was much weaker than before. Boy, I really can't believe that you can force me to this extent, but you will definitely die. Speaking of this, he took out a 3-foot-long saber. The desolate aura on it was very terrifying. It was also a desolate saber, but it was not created by the law. It was a real sacred artifact. Moreover, it was a sacred artifact used by a sacred venerable. I didn't want to use it because I can fight against everything with my own strength, but you let me use this treasure today. You can die in peace. As soon as the desolate saber appeared, it displayed an unparalleled aura. The terrifying power made everyone's scalp tingle. This aura, even Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's expressions changed. On the other side, Mo Xiu, who was trapped by the array, screamed. A Sun-class sacred artifact. Yu Quan had already taken out such a trump card? What had he experienced? Was he going to be defeated? Chapter 4079. Mo Xiu was too shocked. Not every saint had a saint tool. It was extremely powerful. Generally speaking, those below the minor saint realm would use a moon grade divine tool. Even minor saints would only use a moon grade saint tool. The saint venerables had some powerful sun grade saint tools, which were much more powerful than moon grade saint tools. Unexpectedly, Yu Quan also had one. That Lin Wudi is definitely dead. The people of Yellow Spring Palace in Great Desolate Mansion revealed a sinister smile. Even Mo Xiu snorted coldly. In his opinion, it was impossible for Yu Quan to survive after taking out such a trump card. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sun grade saint tool? Is this your last trump card? However, do you think I don't have one? Lin Xian smiled. If it was some other trump card, he might have to use some other means. However, Yu Quan didn't know what's good for him. So what if it's a saint tool? He had the great sage's saint tool in his hand. Kid, it's useless. I know you have a pagoda with a strong defense. It should be a sun grade saint tool. However, you can't activate it with your current strength. However, I can already control this desolate blade. Therefore, you're not my opponent at all. Yu Quan sneered. The law on his body circulated rapidly. He poured all of his energy into the desolate blade. This blade could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The heavens and the earth were instantly split apart. In fact, the surrounding spirit formations were also shattering nonstop. Retreat quickly. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu left the palace and retreated far away. The people outside had already retreated far away. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He also felt a fatal danger. He instantly took out the great sage pagoda and blocked in front of him. Indeed, Yu Quan was right. He couldn't fully activate the great sage pagoda. However, it didn't matter. He just needed to use it for defense. He had other means to attack. Today, he would show Yu Quan his trump card. After blocking the attack, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's hand, which he held in his hand. Chop! When the sword descended, the heavens collapsed and the earth split. The power here was powerful to the extreme. The formation around them shattered in an instant. Master Spirit Turtle and Mo Xiu rushed out. They didn't go forward at all. Instead, they fled as if they had gone mad. The reason for that was because this power was simply too terrifying. They were already a threat to them. Damn it! What exactly did this brat have on him? Their expressions were unsightly. They hoped that Yu Quan would be able to block it. Boom! Boom! When Lin Xian used the great sage to block the desolate saber, Yu Quan was stunned. It was indeed this pagoda. However, so what? He was confident that he could send the pagoda flying. Next, it was time for this brat to die. However, before he could make a move, an even more terrifying aura emanated from the other party's hand. What was that? As soon as Yu Quan saw the dragon-shaped sword shadow, his pupils shrank. Not good. The other party still had a trump card. That aura did not seem to be any weaker than his desolate blade. Humph! He frantically activated his desolate saber, and countless saber shadows fell downwards. Slash! At the same time, Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword shadow also rushed out. The terrifying dragon-shaped, sword, chi, soared into the sky. The two collided, and the palace was instantly torn apart. The surrounding formations were also constantly shattered. The entire bottom of the lake was boiling violently. Terrifying laws and saber light and sword shadows rarely came from all directions. At that moment, everyone was pushed far away. Outside the clear moon lake, the surrounding sages were all waiting by the lake. However, their expressions suddenly changed. They noticed that the calm lake water was violently tumbling. A terrifying aura quickly surged out from under the water. Not good. Something is coming out. Retreat quickly. These people frantically fled. In the next moment, the entire lake was completely shattered. Terrifying sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. The terrifying saber light swept across the 9 heavens. Some of the slower people were instantly split in half by this force. They screamed crazily. The others were also shocked. Damn it, what was this? Saber light and sword shadows. Someone was fighting. Who was it? Was it the sacred venerables fighting? This aura was too terrifying. The terrifying force lasted for a long time. The entire clear moon lake was split into pieces. Below, Emoshio, Master Spirit Turtle, Morong Ching Ching Lihongxiao, and the others all looked on nervously. They wanted to see what the final outcome of this battle would be. Finally, the terrifying saber light, sword shadows, and laws slowly disappeared. 3 figures could be seen. Everyone was stunned. Why was there another person? Was it Emoshio? They took a closer look and sucked in a breath of cold air. No, it was not. The first figure was Lin Xian. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's face was extremely pale. Using the ultimate power of the great dragon sword soul was also a huge drain on him. However, he was not injured. In front of him, the great sage tower blocked the impact. The 2 figures opposite him were Yu Quan. She was split in half. Blood and organs flowed out. The desolate blade floated beside her, but it still could not protect her. Yu Quan screamed crazily. This time, not only was his body split in half, but his soul was also split in half. The pain made him hover between life and death. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that no matter what treasures he consumed, he could not heal his body, let alone his soul. Therefore, he could only let the 2 halves of his body float. What kind of sword chi was that? It was too powerful. Even the 10,000 swords pavilion could not perform such a sword technique. Run! Yu Quan did not dare to say anything. The 2 halves of his body wrapped around the desolate blade and instantly escaped. Trying to escape, Lin Xian snorted and chased after him. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Another dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed out. The terrifying sword chi slashed down from the 9th heaven. There was a clang. Yu Quan's body was split into 4 halves. He screamed crazily again. Damn it! He was in extreme danger now. His life force was very weak. Fortunately, the sun-grayed, desolate blade was still with him. With the last of his strength, he finally managed to kill his way out of the clear moon lake. The people outside were all bewildered. Who exactly was fighting? In the next moment, they saw a shattered figure charging out with a long saber in his hand. These people did not recognize him at first. However, when they saw his clothes and saint weapon, they all screamed. Yu Quan! He was seriously injured and was about to be killed. Who was it? Could it be that there was a saint venerable below? Yu Quan was a genius on the saint list. Although he was only a mid-minor saint, he could defeat a late minor saint. No one below the saint venerable was his match. Now he was in such a sorry state. It made people suspect that perhaps only a saint venerable could put him in such a sorry state. You can't run away. A voice sounded again. Then, the surface of the lake was smashed open. Chapter 4080. Heavens! It's Lin Wudi. He's chasing after Yu Quan. No way, did he seriously injure Yu Quan? Everyone went crazy. Has Lin Wudi already started to challenge the pilgrim list? and from the looks of it, he succeeded. Yu Quan quickly fled to the back. Lin Xian chased after him frantically. The two of them flew far away in an instant. No one dared to stop them during this period. It was over. The dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand bloomed with incomparable light. Yu Quan was scared out of his wits. "Elder, save me!" he roared crazily. Half of his blood was burning, piercing through heaven and earth and enveloping the entire void. In the distance, a terrifying aura came over. Then, a large palm slapped over and collided with the dragon-shaped sword chi. With a clang, Lin Xian was forced back, and the large palm was also blocked. However, in the next moment, an even more terrifying aura surged over. "Whoever dares to hurt the people of the great, desolate mansion will be torn into pieces." The terrifying voice was like a clap of thunder. Lin Xian's blood boiled. He frowned. "A sacred venerate?" Crack! Crack! The void split open, and an expert walked out. It was a sacred venerate. He had seen this person before in Qingshan City. Back then, he had seen 9 sacred venerates in Qingshan City's #1 palace, and this person was one of them. He did not expect this person to come as well. The people behind wanted to follow and see how the battle was going. However, they did not expect a sacred venerate to appear. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they hid in the distance, trembling. Lin Xian's face was also cold. It seemed that it was impossible to kill the other party this time. However, he had seriously injured the other party this time, which proved his strength. In the future, the other party would no longer be a match for him. Even if such a person was alive, he would not be a threat to him. "Elder, kill him. Help me kill him." Yu Quan screamed crazily. When the elder saw Yu Quan's miserable appearance, his face became extremely cold. His eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. A terrifying palm slapped out. With one strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. This was the attack of the saint. Lin Xian had long since been prepared. When he saw the other party make a move, he immediately used the void escape technique and quickly fled to a remote location. After entering the Great Sage Tower, the aftermath of the energy blasted the Great Sage Tower away. In the Great Sage Pagoda, Lin Xian's expression was gloomy and cold. He was not injured, but with his current strength, he was still unable to contend against a saint venerable. Moreover, he didn't expect the other party to make such a public move. So despicable. Older brother Xian. Behind them, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu rushed over. Seeing this scene, he was also incomparably nervous. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and took the two in. Then he said, "Let's go." The Great Sage Pagoda turned into a stream of light and pierced through the 9 heavens. Trying to leave? Was that even possible? Since the Lord had made his move, he did not plan to let Lin Xian and the others leave. That huge hand covered the sky and the earth, directly imprisoning the void. The space in the palm was completely shattered. Only the Great Sage Pagoda was still floating. However, he was also sealed and could not escape. Lin Xian snorted and roared crazily, "Give me your strength." Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu gave him their strength. The 3 of them poured all their strength into the dragon-shaped sword energy. The sword slashed open, opening a crack in the imprisoned void. Then the Great Sage Pagoda tore open the crack and rushed in. Did he escape? The great, desolate mansion's Saint Venerable was stunned. He did not expect that the other party could escape from his hands. When he wanted to make a move, he realized that it was already too late. At this moment, the remaining dragon-shaped battle energy on Yu Quan's body suddenly smashed open. It caused the 4 halves of his body to turn into a bloody mist once more. The Saint Venerable's face turned gloomy when he heard the miserable shriek. "Humph!" He snorted coldly, his face cold. He did not make another move. Instead, he quickly left with Yu Quan. There was only a terrifying energy lingering between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. The scene that happened just now was like a dream. Lin Wuti and Yu Quan fought, and Yu Quan was defeated. Moreover, he was killed miserably. If the Saint Venerable did not come in the end, Yu Quan would have died. It was really unbelievable. They knew that from now on, the history of the pilgrim list would be rewritten. Yu Quan fell from the list, and Lin Wuti killed his way to the top. What shocked them even more was that the great, desolate mansions, Saint Venerable, did not care about anything and attacked. He wanted to kill Lin Wuti. However, what shocked them even more was that Lin Wuti escaped. An early little saint escaped from the hands of a Saint Venerable. It was like a dream. They could not believe it. This matter spread out in an instant. Those people went crazy when they heard about it. Lin Wuti was already a member of the pilgrim list. Mo Xiu's face was incomparably gloomy. So was Master Spirit Turtle, who was gnashing his teeth. Not only was Mo Xiu strong, but his attainment in formations was also far beyond him. No, I have to kill this kid. Master Spirit Turtle and the others wanted to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, Mo Xiu had also started to move. Such a person made him feel extremely uneasy. In a mountain range, those enchanting women were also surprised when they heard the news. They looked at the figure in front of them. Qin Xianer stood in front of them with a face full of shock. Lin Wuti had successfully entered the list? It was really surprising. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? On the other side, a man stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, his followers were quickly transmitting the news. Chao Tianxing's eyes flickered when he heard the news. Is this day finally coming? Lin Wuti, interesting. Wan Jianni harumphed coldly when he heard the news. That trash Yu Quan couldn't even defeat an early little saint. What a disgrace to the pilgrim list. However, has he finally entered the pilgrim list? Then I can make my move. Previously, although Wan Jianni was unhappy, he thought that Lin Xian's cultivation base and identity were too weak, so he disdained to make a move. But now, Mo Xiu had finally entered the pilgrim list. In other words, Mo Xiu was qualified for him to make a move. He would make Mo Xiu the person who stayed on the pilgrim list for the shortest time, because Mo Xiu would die in his hands. In fact, even those holy venerates had gloomy and cold expressions on their faces. They knew that if they had the chance, they would have to kill Mo Xiu in the Green Mountain world. On the other side, a pagoda landed in the vast mountain range. Lin Xian was still cultivating in seclusion. He had also suffered serious injuries in the previous battle. After all, Yu Quan was a powerful enemy. It wasn't easy for him to win. Therefore, he had to recover well. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu were also guarding him. Half a month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes and exhaled. Fortunately, they had explored a lot of treasures in the Green Mountain world. With so many heavenly treasures, he could recover to his peak in half a month. Brother Xian, you're awake. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. Chapter 4081. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, he had recovered to his peak. Although he was injured in the previous battle, he didn't injure his foundation, so he recovered quite quickly. However, it was the Saint Venerables who attacked in the end, which made his face extremely cold. If there was a chance, he wouldn't let these Saint Venerables go. Next, the three of them continued to search for treasures according to the map. After another half a month, they received a piece of news. Have you heard? There is a peak in Green Mountain World, Sunset Peak. It is said that an incredible treasure has appeared there. Yes, I heard that a few Saint Venerables have gone there. Let's go and take a look. Yes, even if there aren't many treasures, it's not a loss to be able to see some big scenes. Many people flew towards the Sunset Peak. Lin Xian and the others also stopped after hearing this. Sunset Peak, Saint Venerables. They spread out the map and searched. Soon they narrowed their eyes. There was indeed a peak in the center of Green Mountain World. Sunset Peak. Moreover, according to the mark on the map, Sunset Peak was much larger than Clear Moon Lake. This meant that there was indeed something incredible in Sunset Peak. Brother Xian, should we go there? Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked at the map carefully and said, "I have an idea." Li Hongxiu was looking forward to it. Lin Xian said, "We have already collected about a third of the Hell Map treasures in Green Mountain World. There's still a lot left. If we go to Sunset Peak, we will have a conflict with the Saint Venerables. Even if we have the map and can find the treasures, we will be targeted by the Saint Venerables. It is very likely that we will be hunted down for the rest of the time. Therefore, I have decided to go to Sunset Peak myself. The two of you will search for the other treasures. Anyway, you have the map in your minds and know how to crack it. With your strength, there should be no problem. Moreover, those Saint Venerables should all go to Sunset Peak. You will be safer." Indeed, the three of them knew how to crack the array here. It would be a waste for them to gather together, especially at this juncture. "All right, Brother Xian, be careful." Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu nodded. None of them were little girls. They were all blessed by the heavens, so they didn't feel too conflicted about this issue. With the great sage pagoda, Lin Xian would be fine. If the three of them split up, more treasures would fall into their pockets. After discussing, Lin Xian went to the Sunset Peak, Murong Qingqing went to the east, and Li Hongxiu went to the north. The three of them split up into 3 groups. After Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu left, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Saint Venerable of the great desolate mansion, you'd better not go to the Dawnfall Peak. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The fact that the other party dared to make a move to kill him had indeed infuriated him. If the other party dared to appear, he would use the map advantage to teach the other party a lesson. The Sunset Peak was the #1 peak in the Green Mountain World. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. The surrounding mountain ranges were continuous and magnificent. At this moment, countless people had gathered near Dawnfall Peak because it was said that there was an extraordinary treasure here. Even the Holy Venerables had come. How could the others not come? At this moment, Dawnfall Peak had not been breached yet, but many treasures had appeared in the mountains around Dawnfall Peak. It caused a massacre in a valley of a mountain range. Dozens of figures were fighting with each other. Among them, there were constant roars and terrifying roars of thunder. It turned out that the people of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City were fighting. Previously, these 2 holy cities were jackals of the same tribe and colluded with each other. Who would have thought that, in the face of benefits, they would turn against each other? Both sides were fighting fiercely. At this moment, nearly 100 sword lights streaked across the sky and then stopped above the valley. Each sword light turned into a swordsman, and the aura on his body was terrifying. Hundreds of sword saints from Thousand Swords Pavilion appeared together. The one leading was Wan Jenny, and beside him there were many people. One of them was pale. There were many wounds on his body, and his arms were broken. This person was Zhan Xiongfei. At this stage, a broken arm or leg was very simple and could be healed very quickly. However, he had not healed yet. This showed that Qisong's strength was too strong and caused the other party's foundation to be injured. Until now, he had not fully recovered. Below, the people of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City felt the aura of hundreds of sword saints above them, and their faces turned ugly. They did not continue to fight, but stopped. The people of Thousand Swords Pavilion actually wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. An elder from Thunder God City asked. An expert from Thousand Demon City said, "Of course, we can't let others interfere in the fight between us. Previously, they were fighting to the death, but now they actually joined hands. However, it was useless. Both sides only had about 30 people, and there were more than 100 sword saints above them. This was a huge gap. Sure enough, when those sword saints attacked, the experts of Thunder God City and Thousand Demon City below them collapsed in an instant. Run! They could no longer care about anything else and turned around to escape. A group of chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Wan Jenny sneered and led his people to descend. After these people descended, their eyes lit up. There were indeed many good things in the valley. Wan Jinny waved his hand, and those sword saints began to snatch frantically. They wanted to leave no one alive. At this moment, the situation changed. Someone screamed. They realized that the treasures in front of them had disappeared into thin air. Damn it, who is it? Who is secretly attacking? Zhan Xiongfei also roared frantically. Wan Jinny also snorted coldly. He slashed out with his sword, and thousands of sword chi shot out in all directions. At this moment, a voice rang out. You want to take it all for yourself? Your appetite is a little too big. The sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, and the void shattered. However, a figure walked out unscathed. He wore a starry sky blue robe, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were as deep as the night sky. Seeing this person, many sword saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Gufeng! Even Wan Jinny furrowed his brows. Gufeng was the same as him. He was also a genius on the pilgrim list. Moreover, what was more terrifying was that he was an expert of the space element. Space was king, and the space law appeared and disappeared mysteriously. This was not nonsense. Gufeng dared to face over 100 sword saints alone. Just this confidence alone was not something that anyone could have. However, Wan Jinny was not afraid of the other party. He had always been arrogant. So what if the other party was an expert of the space element? He was very confident in his own sword technique. Gufeng, others are afraid of you, but I am not. You want to snatch something in front of me? Impossible. I want this valley. You can change to another one. What an arrogant tone. There is nothing that I can't take away. At this point, Gufeng waved his hand, and the treasures and spirit herbs below were instantly devoured by space. How dare you? Wan Jinny was angry, and those sword saints also counterattacked. In an instant, thousands of sword chi shot toward Gufeng. Chapter 4082. Gufeng laughed out loud. He stood there, and 18 black holes appeared around him. They were incomparably dark and connected to the universe. Those sword chi were completely swallowed by the black holes and transmitted into the universe. They couldn't hurt him at all. Spatial black holes. Many sword saints were terrified. With over 100 of them attacking, it was enough to beat anyone. Even the geniuses on the pilgrim list might not be able to fight against so many of them. However, that man was standing there by himself. Merely by using his spatial ability, he was able to completely devour their swords. This method was heaven-defying. No wonder they couldn't provoke spatial powerhouses. Humph! The 100 sword saints were terrified. However, Wan Jinny snorted coldly and slashed out with a long sword in his hand. The sword in Wan Jinny's hand was incomparably green. It was the dragon-slaying sword. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was a sun-class sacred artifact. When this sword slashed out, cracks appeared on the 18 black holes. It seemed that the 18 black holes couldn't completely divert his sword light. Sure enough, the 18 black holes were completely split open in an instant. A biting cold sword light swept towards Gufeng and enveloped him. Great! The people of the Wan Jinny Pavilion were overjoyed. However, Wan Jinny frowned. The sword light flashed and slashed the other party's body, but no blood flowed out. This meant that the other party had used spatial magic to dodge. At this moment, Gufeng in the sky suddenly disappeared. Behind Wan Jinny, a black spatial crack appeared. Then Gufeng attacked. A finger pointed at the other party's back. Wan Jinny didn't dare to be careless. He instantly activated 10,000 swords convergence. The two fought fiercely. The other 100 spirit sword saints were all stunned. They couldn't make a move at all in this battle, because Gufeng wasn't someone else. If it was someone else, they could attack together. However, the other party's spatial magic turned all their attacks into flowing water. Therefore, they could only watch from the sidelines. Around the valley, countless mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sky shattered. However, there were a few figures standing on 2 mountain peaks. They suppressed the mountain range under their feet, preventing it from shattering. On one of the mountain ranges, there were many enchanting women. The one leading them was Qin Xianer. At this moment, she was watching the battle. On the other side was Chao Tiansheng, who had his hands behind his back. His eyes flickered with a mysterious aura. The followers behind him said, "Young master, who do you think will win this battle?" "It's hard to say." Chao Tiansheng shook his head slightly. "These two people have never used their real trump cards, so I can't tell." Without taking his trump cards into account, Gu Feng was probably slightly stronger. Indeed, in front of the spatial laws, ordinary laws would be inferior. However, no one believed that Wan Jinni did not have a trump card. Up ahead, the battle between the two of them was extremely intense. All sorts of sword qi emerged one after another. Wan Jinni was truly like a sword god. Each of his attacks was powerful enough to kill a late little saint. As for Gu Feng, he was even more mysterious, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was as if the entire world had become his training ground. He had become the ruler of this world, and every time he would be able to narrowly dodge the attacks. Not only that, but he also unleashed all sorts of terrifying spatial divine abilities to attack Wan Jinni. It was only because Wan Jinni was strong. If it were anyone else, they would have been defeated long ago. This Wan Jinni was too strong. His strength was at the late minor saint realm, which was one realm higher than Yuquan. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Rumor had it that he could even contend against a saint sovereign. Just when everyone thought that the battle would last for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner, a brilliant radiance suddenly burst out. Dazzling light suddenly erupted from the Dawnfall Peak, attracting everyone's attention. Saint Sovereign, they had made their move, charging towards the Dawnfall Peak. Even Wan Jinni and Gu Feng had stopped. Wan Jinni looked at the dazzling mountain range and said in a deep voice, "Let's stop this battle for now. We'll fight again after the matter of the Dawnfall Peak is over. What do you think?" "I agree." Gu Feng also nodded. "Let's go." Wan Jinni brought hundreds of sword saints and flew towards the distance. Gu Feng also disappeared into the sky. "Let's go." Qin Xianer and Chao Tiansheng brought their own people and flew towards the distance. It could be said that countless experts and geniuses had gathered at the Dawnfall Peak. At the same time in the mountain range, a man in Taoist robe also stopped. He looked at the peak in the distance, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. "Is it finally starting? Seems like I'm not too late." This man in Taoist robe seemed to be in his 20s. He looked very young. His gaze was calm, and his aura was unusually mysterious. I wonder which sect he's from. Actually, this person was none other than Lin Xian. After Lin Xian separated from Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu, he rushed towards the Dawnfall Peak. He decided to cause a huge ruckus at the Dawnfall Peak. Of course, he didn't use his real appearance. This was to avoid unnecessary pursuits. He changed his appearance to that of a Taoist priest and walked towards the Dawnfall Peak. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing around the Dawnfall Peak. Among them, the Saint Sovereign from the great desolate mansion was also here. Yu Quan was also here. In this 1 month, his injuries had already healed. It was the Saint Sovereign who helped him to extinguish the sword energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to extinguish the sword energy without dozens of years. Although his injuries were healed, his face was still a little pale. The dragon-shaped sword energy had damaged his foundation. He would have to go into seclusion after returning from the Green Mountain world. However, if he could conquer the Dawnfall Peak and obtain the treasures inside, he might be able to recover from his injuries immediately. He might even be able to advance further. This time, he was defeated by Lin Xian. It was a great humiliation to him. He swore that he must make a breakthrough in his cultivation base. He must reach the late minor saint realm. He must defeat his opponent and regain his position on the pilgrim list. 4 figures stood around the Dawnfall Peak. 3 of them were saint sovereigns, and the other one was Master Spirit Turtle. He was invited by these saint sovereigns. Although Master Spirit Turtle was only a mid-minor saint, his attainments and formations were indeed strong. Therefore, he was needed to break the formation. Apart from him, there were many other formation masters who came. However, they were standing at a distance. "All right, Master Spirit Turtle, you can begin now." One of the saint sovereigns from the purple virtual palace spoke. Master Spirit Turtle nodded. He would break the formation. The other 3 saint sovereigns would provide their strength to break the Dawnfall Peak together. Of course, apart from them, the surrounding saints were also mobilized to assist them. They could work together to break the formation if necessary. Everyone was looking forward to it. They were waiting for the moment the formation was broken. At the same time, in the mountain range far away, a figure was looking into the distance. Chapter 4083. A golden light flickered in his eyes again. Spirit Turtle Master? Humph! He sneered. Spirit Turtle Master's attainments and formations were strong, but it was still impossible for him to crack the things inside. According to his speculation, Spirit Turtle Master could only crack the first layer of the formation at most. He would have to rely on him for the rest. He would only have an opportunity when those sacred venerables were in despair. He had to make some preparations in advance. As soon as he followed the information on the map, Lin Xian began to appear in the surroundings. There was a huge formation in the entire Dawnfall Peak. He didn't know what grade it was, but just by looking at the description and the things needed to crack it, he knew that this formation had surpassed the sacred venerables. It might have been set up by the sacred king. Moreover, the entire formation affected a wide area. Not only Dawnfall Peak, but there were formations buried in the ground around Dawnfall Peak. Ordinary people couldn't tell at all. Spirit Turtle Master couldn't tell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to crack Dawnfall Peak's formation. But he knew. He had the map, so he knew the situation here like the back of his hand. Lin Xian stopped in a mountain range. This place was one of the formations. He didn't crack it. Instead, he directly controlled it according to the information on the map. He could come and go as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Everyone was waiting patiently. Such a formation couldn't be cracked in a short period of time. On the 5th day, in the formation, a red light streaked across the sky and flew outside. Those sacred venerables were also shocked. They looked carefully, but then they retracted their gazes. They could see that it was a weapon, but a broken weapon. Its grade might have been very high in the past, but now it was broken. Therefore, they didn't have to make a move. What they had to do was to completely open up the entire Dawnfall Peak. When the time came, they could take the treasures inside. They didn't move, but the people behind were indeed excited, because they could see that it was very likely to be a treasure. Whoosh! Buzz! The light flashed and disappeared into the mountain range below. Go! Many people in the surroundings rose into the air and began to search. But what was that red light? It was so strange that they couldn't lock onto it with their souls. They could only search one by one. 10 meters in front of Lin Xian, a beam of red light suddenly descended and pierced into the ground, continuously trembling. Lin Xian waved his hand and the red light disappeared. A smile appeared on his face. It was a long spear. Only the spearhead was left, and it was covered with cracks. There was even dark red blood on it. Clearly, it was a broken saint artifact. However, the great Tao intertwined on it could be used to comprehend it. On the other side, Zhan Xiongfei had also joined the search party. He was very excited. He was not only an expert swordsman. Moreover, he had also cultivated an eye technique, which was the divine eagle eye. Now he began to use the divine eagle's eye to lock onto the location of the light. He turned into a stream of light and quickly flew over. It didn't attract anyone's attention, which was great. He landed in the mountain range below and saw that there was indeed a broken spearhead in front of him. Great, he wanted to snatch it, but suddenly he was stunned. That was because he discovered that there was another person standing in front of him. It was a man wearing a Taoist robe. It was very mysterious. "Who are you? Hurry up and get lost, this is mine. I'm from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Zhan Xiongfei instantly revealed his identity. There were not many people here who dared to go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Lin Xian had a strange expression. Zhan Xiongfei? He didn't expect to meet him here again. Moreover, he saw that the other party was injured. It was obvious that he had been hunted down. You're seriously injured, and you still dare to be arrogant here? Hurry up and get lost. You're not worthy of my attack. Lin Xian said indifferently. He waved his hand and grabbed the broken spearhead. You're courting death. When Zhan Xiongfei saw this, he pulled out his long sword with his left hand and slashed it down. Boundless waves accompanied by sword qi fell together, and part of it slashed toward the big hand. The other group attacked Lin Xian in a pincer attack from the left and right. Clang! The sword slashed the big hand, and there was a deafening sound. Then the sword was bounced away. Not only that, the sword qi that attacked from both sides was also kicked away by Lin Xian. How is that possible? How can you block my sword qi? Who are you? Zhan Xiongfei was stunned. He was an intermediate minor saint, and also a disciple of the previous generation of 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Who exactly was this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Get lost. Lin Xian waved his hand and slapped Zhan Xiongfei away again. Ah! Zhan Xiongfei screamed. Half of his face was shattered. His body flew out, passing through numerous mountain ranges. He fell below the sunset peak. With a loud bang, countless dust clouds were stirred up. This scene naturally alarmed many people. Who is it? They looked over. At the next moment, they were stunned. Zhan Xiongfei. He was slapped in the face, and his face was shattered. Who did it? Isn't this slapping the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's face? Sure enough, the sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had an ugly expression. Wan Jianyi's face was also cold. Damn trash, he's embarrassing me again. I want to know what's going on. 2 sword saints went down. One of them supported Zhan Xiongfei, helped him recover from his injuries, and fed him a pill. The other person asked, Senior brother, what's going on? Zhan Xiongfei hated being slapped in the face in public. He couldn't wait to find a place to hide. However, he couldn't take it lying down. He said, I was chasing a treasure and found a mysterious Taoist. He actually attacked me. Junior brothers, follow me to take revenge. What? A reckless Taoist? These people instantly soared into the sky. 20 sword saints followed Zhan Xiongfei and charged back. The other experts and geniuses were also interested when they saw this scene. Let's go back and take a look. Some of them preferred to watch the show. Moreover, the formation had not been broken yet. It was boring to stay here, so many people followed. In the distant mountain range, 20 sword saints instantly landed. The surrounding people also landed in all directions and looked at them curiously. Sure enough, there was a Taoist. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Which sect is he from? I don't know. His strength is so strong that he can send Zhan Xiongfei flying with a slap. He should be a powerful minor saint. No matter how powerful he is, what's the use? He has offended the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. His ending will be very miserable. Indeed, 20 sword saints attacked together. Even a minor saint's scalp went numb. Boy, are you the one who injured our senior brother Zhan? Who did it manually? Quickly cut it off yourself. Kneel down and kowtow to the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and apologize. The 20 sword saints' voices were biting cold and murderous. However, Lin Xian only said one word, get lost. So what if there are 20 sword saints? In this Azure Mountain realm, he controlled countless formations. He was not afraid of 200 sword saints. Boy, you're the first one who dares to provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Brothers, why are you talking nonsense with them? Kill! The 20 sword saints pulled out the holy swords in their hands and attacked with terrifying sword techniques. Chapter 4084. It's over. Many people who were watching the show closed their eyes. They could imagine the other party's fate. Boom! Boom! Ah! Miserable cries rang out. But soon, those people felt that something was wrong. Damn, it can't be. Those people widened their eyes. The others also opened their eyes and looked forward. What's going on? They were dumbfounded. 20 sword saints fell to the ground and wailed. Everyone was injured. Some people's arms and hands were chopped off. It was a miserable sight. Zhang Yunfei was slapped away again. Half of his face was smashed. He wanted to die. What's going on? What happened? Those people who closed their eyes earlier were stunned. They thought that the Taoist priest would be killed. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. Is he a sacred venerable? As soon as those words were said, the others felt their hair stand on end. However, some of the older generation figures shook their heads. No, he's not a sacred venerable. His aura isn't right. That was indeed the case. The others also nodded. Another old man said, "The one who went up just now is a formation expert." Many people gasped when they heard this. Was he a master of formations? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he's also here for Dawnfall Peak? But why isn't he going to break the formation? Who exactly are you? Why did you reveal your name? Those sword saints gritted their teeth and asked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Trash, like you don't have the right to know. Those sword saints were so angry that they vomited blood. At that moment, Wan Jianni spoke. Get back here and stop embarrassing yourself. The sword saints of the 20 pavilions had no choice but to return angrily. Most of the people in the surroundings also returned. A small number of them stopped and looked at the Taoist priest curiously. However, after looking for a long time, they didn't see anything. In the end, they also left. In the next few days, Dawnfall Peak once again erupted with dazzling light. This time, 3 rays of light flew out and danced in the sky. Then they landed in the mountain range below. Another treasure has appeared. Many people were delighted. They moved out again. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. The 3 rays of light landed at the place where the Taoist priest was. What good luck! Lin Xian laughed. He waved his hand and collected the 3 weapon fragments. Damn it! Damn it! The eyes of those who had rushed over were all red. The other party had stood there without doing anything. Yet he had already collected 4 treasures. This made them go crazy with jealousy. Hee, I want to see who exactly you are. The people of Thunder God City have moved out, and the people of Demon City have also moved out. The surrounding people also made their moves. With so many of them attacking together, the other party should have admitted defeat, right? Boom! However, he didn't. A huge array appeared beneath Lin Xian's feet. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The saints who had attacked were all sent flying. Among them were many little saints. How could this be? These people were all crazy. This time, the number of people was twice as many as before, reaching nearly 50 people. However, he was still unable to injure the other party. Instead, the other party had easily injured them. Formation. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful array formation. That strike just now had mobilized the laws and power of the entire Green Mountain world. How did he do it? Just how high were his attainments in formations? Some of the older generation experts exclaimed. The other array masters were also alarmed. Could this be a hidden old monster? These people didn't know. It was just that the other party's array formation was so powerful that they didn't dare to act rashly. Next, many rays of light flew to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian kept them all. The others didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. On this day, a beam of light streaked across the sky. It was a fiery red light and shadow moving unhindered in the sky. That was a pill. Many people's eyes instantly turned red. Even Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, and Wan Jinni had taken action. They didn't make a move on the previous sacred artifact fragment, but now the appearance of this pill made them extremely excited. The pill from Luoxia Mountain must have been from tens of thousands of years ago. It might be a divine pill. If they ate it, then their cultivation wouldn't improve by leaps and bounds. Especially Yukon. He was still injured in his foundation. So, he was eager to get the divine pill, to heal the injuries on his body. This time, quite a number of people rushed over. The ones leading the charge were these super experts. Look, it was Yukon and Mo Xiao. They were all people on the pilgrimage list. Exclamations sounded one after another. However, some people said that Yukon was no longer on the pilgrimage list. He was trampled down by Lin Wudi. Oh, I almost forgot. Those people around me were talking about it. When Yukon heard this, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, he had completely become a joke now. Therefore, this stimulated him even more, making him even more eager to get this pill. In an instant, these people came nearby. Yukon stared ahead and gritted his teeth. Little Taoist, hand over the pill. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. That's right, hand it over. Mo Xiao also said, coldly. Wan Jian's expression was even colder. Qin Xianer and the others had all come. They all attached great importance to this pill. Lin Xian was playing with a pill in his hand, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. He didn't expect that there really was a treasure. This pill was extraordinary. Moreover, it was a soul-type pill, which was even rarer. How could he give it to these people? Immediately, he turned his palm and put it away. Everyone, what's the matter here? He said indifferently. Damn it, how dare you? Yukon roared. Hand it over quickly. Mo Xiao also went crazy and screamed. Wan Jian didn't say anything, but the murderous aura emitted from his body became even colder. Qin Xiana laughed. Her charming eyes were like silk, and her body exuded infinite charm as she slowly walked forward. Little Taoist, give the pill to me. I can make you very happy. As she said that, her eyes sparkled. The surrounding sages swallowed their saliva crazily. Many of them even spat out blood. If it were them, they would definitely hand over the pill. If they could have something to do with Qin Xianer, their lives would be worth it. Lin Xian smiled. Qin Xianer's charming technique was very powerful. However, he was always vigilant. The great dragon, sword soul in his body had long been activated. It destroyed all the illusions, charms, and techniques. Beauty, I advise you not to come any closer. Otherwise, if you enter my array, I'm afraid you will be turned into ashes. Hearing this, Qin Xianer also stopped. She also knew that the other party's array was indeed terrifying. Therefore, she didn't go forward. Instead, she put on a resentful expression. You silly Taoist, you're too unromantic. I'm afraid you still don't know what a man is. Chapter 4085. However, no matter what Qin Xianer said or what kind of charm she cast, Lin Xian had no reaction at all. Qin Xianer couldn't believe it. In the end, she was so angry that her teeth itched. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Qin Xianer's charm was so terrifying that even a late minor saint wouldn't dare to fight against it. They could only run away. However, the little Taoist in front of them didn't have any reaction at all. Everyone couldn't believe it. In fact, the blood vessels of the sages who were watching from the side all exploded. They all ran away, not daring to watch. If this continued, they would definitely explode and die. Why bother talking nonsense with him? Just attack. Yukon roared and took the lead. He couldn't wait any longer. The power of desolation spread out, turning him into an emperor of war god. Lin Xian sneered. Yukon wasn't a match for him, even when he was at his peak, let alone now when he was still injured. He stomped his foot, and the formation under his feet surged rapidly. 2 giant stone hands flew out and slapped at Yukon. This formation wasn't set up by him. It had existed for tens of thousands of years. He was just controlling it now. Therefore, the power of the formation was far beyond their imagination. Yukon was sent flying in an instant, spurting out mouthfuls of blood. There were even cracks on his body. What? The surrounding people were stunned. Although Yukon was defeated by Lin Wudi and fell out of the pilgrim list, his strength was still there. He was still an existence that countless people looked up to. But at this moment he was injured in an instant. It was unbelievable. What kind of formation was this? Emo Shio shouted coldly. The yellow spring picture was cast out. Endless yellow spring, water gushed out, turning into an army of yellow spring, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian stood in the formation and waved his hand. The formation was activated again. Two giant stone hands kept attacking, sweeping in all directions. The yellow spring picture was also sent flying. Emo Shio's blood and qi were boiling. His face was filled with anger. Although he was surprised that Yu Quan was sent flying, he wasn't afraid because it was already considered good if Yu Quan could exert half of his strength. But what about him? He was at his peak. However, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. It was unbelievable. Wang. At this moment, Wan Jinni made his move. With a single slash, Zhao Yao reached the 9 heavens. It was Wan Jinni. He had made his move. That Taoist priest would definitely not be able to block it. This was what everyone thought. Even Yu Quan and Emo Shio had the same thought. The gap between the two of them and Wan Jinni was huge. Wang. Within the array formation, 2 large stone palms slapped towards the huge sword. Then he grabbed the sword qi. What? He blocked it. He actually withstood Wan Jinni's attack. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. Even Wan Jinni's expression changed. Who was this person? He looked so young. Could it be that he was a junior? But among the younger generation, was there anyone who could block his sword? If he wasn't, then he must be an old monster. He could accept an old monster. But if it was really a young man, he would never accept it, even if he was beaten to death. He was such a proud man. Previously, he had fought Ancient Wind, a space element sage, to a standstill. This was enough to show how powerful he was. The surrounding people were screaming crazily. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets, especially Qin Xianer, Yu Quan, Emo Shio, and the others. They had fought Wan Jinni before. Naturally, they knew how terrifying he was. Wang. At this moment, within the array formation, the void suddenly split open. A figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Gu Feng. Heavens. He had actually used his space element mystique to come close to the opponent. This was great. No matter how strong the opponent was, he wouldn't be able to block a space element expert. Countless screams rang out. Even Wan Jinni and the others narrowed their eyes. They had to admit that the space element mystique was too powerful. He could directly kill his way in. Lin Xian was also shocked. Gu Feng? He didn't expect him to make a move. Moreover, he had come to his side. Gu Feng's expression was cold. All right, it was all over. He grabbed Lin Xian's head with one of his palms. Moreover, the surrounding void was instantly sealed. It was impossible for the opponent to escape. He couldn't even move his fingers. In this way, the opponent wouldn't be able to use this array formation. Just when everyone thought that Gu Feng would be able to capture the opponent, something strange happened again. At the critical moment, Lin Xian activated the void escape and disappeared instantly. Therefore, Gu Feng had grabbed nothing this time. Gu Feng was also stunned. Someone had actually managed to escape from his void imprisonment. This was the first time this had happened. Moreover, the way the opponent disappeared was too strange. It was as if the space had moved. You also know space element mystique? Gu Feng asked coldly. At this moment, many spatial cracks appeared on his body. It seemed that he was completely shocked and angry. When the surrounding people heard this, they screamed even more. Space element mystique. Could it be that this little Taoist was also a space element sage? Heavens, isn't this too unbelievable? Space element mystique was very rare. They didn't expect that other than Gu Feng, there would be another one here. Wang. Lin Xian appeared on the other side of the array formation. At this moment, several spatial cracks slashed towards him. At the same time, even more terrifying space element mystique descended. He could only activate the void escape to dodge. However, this time, Gu Feng screamed again. The void escape is my Gu clan's mystique. Who are you? Why did you return my Gu clan's mystique? He was really too shocked. Could it be that this person was from the Gu clan? That shouldn't be. He had never heard of it. Then, this person must have stolen the Gu clan's mystique. He absolutely wouldn't allow the Gu clan's mystique to be leaked. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. This Gu Feng was very powerful. He had only used it twice, and the other party had recognized it. He knew that he couldn't lose it anymore. I'll give you one last chance. Speak. Who are you? Gu Feng walked forward. The other few people also came forward to press on. Qin Xiener, Wan Jianyi Yuquan Mo Xiao and Gu Feng. The 5 experts on the pilgrimage list had all come. Aside from Chao Tiansheng, who was still watching the battle, these people were all going to attack. The surrounding people spat. With so many experts attacking together, even if the other party was a holy venerate, he probably wouldn't have an advantage. Immeasurable, heavenly venerate. Lin Xian pretended to be unfathomable and recited a Taoist name. In the next moment, he activated the array formation with all his strength. Boom! The space where the array formation was suddenly opened. Endless energy shattered the entire void. He did this to prevent these people from joining hands. Moreover, he did this to prevent Gu Feng. This was because Gu Feng's space element mystique was stronger than his. It was the purest monarch clan mystique. Only by completely shattering the void could he prevent the other party from approaching. Boom! Boom! Wand, Jenny, Qin Xiener, and the other 3 were all blasted away by the array formation's energy. Gu Feng used his space element mystique to get closer. However, he also retreated, his expression cold. Chapter 4086. He blocked it. The other party alone had actually blocked the attacks of 5 top-notch experts. It was unbelievable. Is he really a Saint Venerable? Or could it be that the other party's attainments and formations had already reached such a terrifying level? Damn it! Let's join hands! Mo Xiao roared. Wan Jianyi too. His expression was cold. I don't believe that you can withstand our attacks. Next, they were going to use their true trump card. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Stop! Wand, Jenny, Gu Feng, and the others stopped and turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. The surrounding people also turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw Grandmaster Spirit Turtle and 3 minor saints walking towards them. What's going on? Why are these people here? Didn't they break the seal of the Dawnfall Peak? The surrounding people were puzzled. Wan Jianyi and the others also frowned. Yu Quan smiled and said, Elder, it's great that you're here. Help me take him down. I must get that divine pill. Lin Xian's face turned cold. The others' eyelids twitched. With a Saint Venerable here, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get it. However, the Saint Venerable of Great Desolate Mansion frowned and said, Yu Quan, calm down. Don't be rude to Grandmaster. What? Yu Quan was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. A Saint Venerable was calling a young man Grandmaster. This scene was really too strange. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he smiled. He knew what the other party was planning. It seemed like the other party had taken the bait. The Saint Venerable of Great Desolate Mansion was called Saint Venerable Huangming. He looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian put on a cold expression and nodded slightly. Saint Venerable Huangming was a little unhappy. The other party's attitude was too arrogant, but he didn't say anything. Because this was a critical period, they needed a Grandmaster to help them break the seal of the Dawnfall Peak. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle also walked up and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? Which sect are you from? Immeasurable, Heavenly Venerable. Lin Xian called out his Taoist name again. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle was confused. Which holy city was this Taoist name from? Why didn't he know? Lin Xian said, You wouldn't know where I came from even if I told you. Why don't you tell me what your goal is? What an arrogant person. The great Master Spirit Turtle was displeased as well. However, They really did need his help right now. So he could only swallow his anger and wait until he deciphered the Dawnfall Peak before settling the score with She, and letting She know what reverence was. Fellow Taoist, are you here for the Dawnfall Peak? If that's the case, we can work together. You might be skilled in formations, but the Dawnfall Peak is very mysterious and difficult to conquer. It would take a very long time for one person to break the formation. If we join forces, we can break the formation in the shortest time possible. That's right. Fellow Taoist, let's work together. Don't you want to go in? Holy Sovereign Huang Ming also advised from the side. All right, I can work together with everyone. Lin Xian felt that it was about time and nodded. Really? This is great. Master Spirit Turtle, Sacred Highness Huangming, and the others smiled. Master, this way please. They respectfully invited Lin Xian away. Gu Feng, Wan Jenny, and the others were cold expressions. Their elders and sacred highnesses had personally gone on a blind date. They could no longer do anything, let alone take revenge. Therefore, they could only endure it. Under the invitation of Master Spirit Turtle and the 3 sacred highnesses, Lin Xian came to the Dawnfall Peak. During this period, he had been recalling the information about the Dawnfall Peak's formation on the map. Soon, his lips curled into a smile. He believed that, with his strength, he should be able to control it. What do you think, Master? Do you have any ideas? Sacred Highness Huangming asked. Lin Xian took a closer look. He already knew what to do, but he had to pretend to be very serious. After a while, he said, I do have an idea. Please tell us. These people were excited. Following this, Lin Xian told them his plan as if he was giving advice. Of course, he didn't say what he was hiding. He was waiting to dig a hole for these people to jump into. After hearing what Lin Xian said, the crowd became extremely excited. The reason for that was because what Lin Xian said was true. Even Master Spirit Turtle kept praising him. There was such a way to crack the formation. God, why didn't he think of it before? He looked at Lin Xian and was more and more shocked. This person's attainments in formations were above his. Next, these people began to crack the formation. According to Lin Xian's plan, after about 3 days, the formation was cracked a little. These people became even more excited. After half a month, more and more of the formation was cracked. Finally, the first layer of the formation was cracked. That's great. When the formation was cracked, the surrounding people all cheered. Master Spirit Turtle and the 3 sacred highnesses also had smiles on their faces. In less than a month, they had cracked the first layer of the formation. This was much faster than they had imagined, because according to their original plan, it would take at least 3 months to half a year to crack the first layer. Now, the time had been shortened by too much. Next, it was time to crack the second layer. In other words, Lin Xian really began to dig a hole. Sure enough, after 3 days, these people frowned. In the next moment, they let out a scream. No, Master Spirit Turtle was the first to be alert and wanted to escape. However, he was still entangled by the formation. In an instant, he was pulled into the formation. The other 3 sacred highnesses were the same. They were trapped by the formation. Lin Xian naturally had no problem, but he also had to pretend to be trapped, because back then there were 9 sacred highnesses in the first palace. Now only 3 had come. There were still 6 who hadn't appeared. He didn't know if these people would come. Therefore, he had to pretend first to lure out the hidden sacred highnesses. Then he would break into the formation. Damn it, how could it be like this? Sacred Highness Huangming roared crazily. Master Spirit Turtle's expression changed drastically. He thought that Lin Xian was setting them up. However, when he saw Lin Xian also enter the formation, he breathed a sigh of relief. He asked, "What's going on?" Lin Xian said, "I don't know. My deciphering should be correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to crack the first layer. Presumably, the second layer of the formation had many layers of traps. Don't panic, let me crack it." The others didn't suspect anything. After all, The level of formation that Lin Xian had shown before had already shocked them. Therefore, they all pinned their hopes on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to crack the formation at all. Instead, he secretly activated the formation. Not long after, the three great sage highnesses screamed. They discovered that cracks had appeared on their bodies. Their blood flowed into the formation. Not good. This thing is sucking blood. Chapter 4087. Lin Xian also pretended to be pale. No, my blood is being sucked too. Damn it, these people struggled madly, but it was useless. They were firmly trapped. Elder. Below, the people of the holy city saw this scene and rushed up. Wan, Jenny, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others frowned. Elder, what's going on? Are you all right? They were too worried. The Saint Quasi being trapped was a serious blow to them. Don't come over. This formation is too strange. You'll be trapped if you come over. Those holy venerables roared crazily. Wait, with our means, we should be able to break it. Buzz! Buzz! Wan, Jenny, and Mo Xiu, and the others retreated and waited anxiously. They could only pin their hopes on the other party now. However, 2 days later, more powerful figures appeared in the void. They were holy venerables. Other holy venerables. That's right. Other holy venerables appeared one after another. Great, you're here. Hurry up and save us. White holy venerables exclaimed. The others also said, quickly, hurry up and save us. For holy venerables came from the sky. They were shocked when they saw the scene. Are the holy venerables trapped? They didn't act rashly. Instead, they lingered nearby. They studied carefully. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save us. Huang Ming of the great desolate mansion roared. Why are you panicking? A holy venerables of the Thunder God City said, it's such a dangerous formation. We have to check it carefully. Damn it. These people understood that the other party didn't want to save them. Grandmaster Spirit Turtle and the three holy venerables looked gloomy. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that these holy venerables had their own schemes. Moreover, only 4 of them came. He didn't know if the other 2 were here. It seemed that he had to think of a way to attract them. He secretly tore open a part of the formation, allowing the thing inside to be released. Sure enough, when the aura and light came out of the formation, the 4 holy venerables were completely stunned. This aura? It must be something left by the Holy King. I must get it. In fact, even the last 2 sacred venerates who had been hiding had appeared. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed like everyone was here. Great Master, Spirit Turtle, and the others now had hope. With such a treasure, these people would definitely be able to crack the formation. Once the formation was broken, they would be rescued. Sure enough, after the 6 holy venerables discussed, they joined hands and said, everyone, please calm down. We will break the formation now. The 6 of them joined forces and attacked non-stop. Although these sacred venerates were not specialized array masters, they had lived for thousands of years. Furthermore, he was knowledgeable and had a certain level of attainment in formations. Moreover, their strength was great. Part of them relied on formations to break through, while the other part relied on brute force to break through. Their might was truly terrifying. However, they still underestimated this formation. When they approached the array formation and were about to completely break it, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The 6 holy venerates were also pulled into the formation and screamed crazily. What's going on? In the distance, Wan Jenny, Qin Xianer, and the others also turned pale when they saw the scene. There was no need to even mention the saints around him. This array formation was too strange. They all distanced themselves from it. After the 6 holy venerates entered, they struggled crazily and roared, trying to break free. However, they were suppressed by a force. Otherwise, they felt cracks appear on their bodies. The holy blood in their bodies was being sucked out and absorbed into the array formation. Damn it, the array formation can suck blood. Damn it, could this be the 3,000 blood soul array? Finally, Great Master Spirit Turtle screamed in horror. He had been very suspicious before, But now that he saw the scene, he was once again certain. The other holy venerates also screamed crazily when they heard this. The 3,000 blood soul array. Then won't we be sucked dry? They were all crazy. Great Master, quickly think of a way. They all looked at Great Master Spirit Turtle. Great Master Spirit Turtle shook his head. I don't know how to break this array formation. What? Those holy venerates were in despair. However, at this moment, Great Master Spirit Turtle looked at Lin Xian. Fellow Taoist, you must have a way. Holy Venerate 100, Holy Venerate Huangming, and the others also came over. You must help us. The others instantly understood that Lin Xian was an expert in formations. So they immediately said, as long as Great Master can save us, I will definitely get whatever you want. Yes, I will give Great Master a Sun-class holy artifact. You only have one, but I will give you 2. Great Master, please help us. Great Master, if you can break the array formation, I will give you half of the things inside. Those holy venerates gritted their teeth. They had started to give him all kinds of benefits. As long as he could break the array formation, they would no longer need him. Therefore, the benefits that they were giving now were all fake. After Lin Xian heard this, he smiled. It's not that I can't, but why should I help you? Because of these things? Sorry, I'm not interested. What's going on? Those holy venerates were stunned. Great Master Spirit Turtle also said, Fellow Taoist, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if you don't like these things, you have to break the array formation. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Lin Xian laughed out loud when he heard this. My life is in danger? Are you retarded? Who told you that my life is in danger? As he spoke, he stepped out of the formation with a single step. His originally pale complexion also became rosy. How is that possible? The 9 holy venerables were all stunned. The other party was actually completely fine. Furthermore, the other party had actually left the formation in an instant. Great Master, save me! Those people screamed crazily. Great Master Spirit Turtle's pupils constricted. Damn it, this is your trap. You want to trick us. He finally found the key to the problem. Previously, the other party's face was pale and he was trapped in fear. It was obvious that he was lying to them. That's right. It seems that you are not that stupid. He looked at the 9 holy venerates again and said, As for you, don't expect us to save you. The formation required an extremely strong amount of blood energy to be broken. Your sacred blood is very suitable. What? Was this person targeting them from the very beginning? The expressions of the 9 sacred venerates turned extremely ugly. The other party's target was them. No matter what benefits they promised him, it was useless. Damn brat, who exactly are you? Why did you set us up? Those holy venerates gritted their teeth and asked. Lin Xian smiled. Who am I? I'm afraid you won't be able to figure it out in your lifetime. As for why I set you up, it's very simple. It's because I don't like you. Are you satisfied with this reason? Brat, don't let us out, or we'll tear you to pieces. Yes, I'll skin you alive and pull out your bones so that you can never be reincarnated. Holy Venerate, Huang Ming roared crazily. Oh, I'm so scared. Lin Xian strolled leisurely in the array formation. He came in front of Holy Venerate Huang Ming. Were you threatening me just now? After saying that, he kicked Holy Venerate Huang Ming's face. Bang! A low sound was heard. That kick was very painful. Holy Venerate Huang Ming and Holy Venerate Huang Ming's heads kept shaking from the kick. The surrounding people were stunned. What is he doing? He's stepping on another Holy Venerate's face. Chapter 4088. All of them were stunned. This was unimaginable. Holy Sovereign Huang Ming was stunned as well, but he quickly regained his senses and screamed crazily. Damn brat! How dare you touch me? So what? Yours truly will kick you to death. Lin Xian snorted and kicked out again. Bam! 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 Huang Ming's head shook like a rattledrum. His face was full of shoe prints. These attacks couldn't hurt him. He was a saint sovereign, and his defense was super strong. However, these attacks were driving him crazy. This wasn't just slapping his face. This was trampling on his face. He was a saint sovereign. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Damn, Brad, I'm going to... Before he could finish his words, another kick came flying at him. Lin Xian pressed down hard on the man's face a few times and stuffed his mouth shut. What can you do to me? You're a prisoner now. You'd better say something nice. Beg yours truly, or I'll kill you. The surrounding holy venerables were also stunned. Heavens, what kind of person is this? He's too arrogant. Is he not afraid of them coming out to seek revenge? However, no one dared to threaten him anymore. After all, they didn't want their faces to be trampled on. Damn it, Yu Quan, come and kill him for me. The saint sovereign of the great, desolate mansion roared. Yu Quan rushed over when he saw this. He wasn't the only one. Wan, Jinny, Emocio, and the others flew over as well. Elder, you want to save me? Do you want to come over? Lin Xian turned around and sneered. If you don't want to be trapped in the array, come over. The moment these words came out, all of them stopped. Their faces turned ugly. That's right. This array could trap even saint sovereigns, let alone them. Old man, do you think it's possible to ask for help? Lin Xian slapped Holy Venerable Huang Ming across the face, causing his face to turn red. With a bang, the lower half of his body exploded. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Lin Xian secretly controlled the formation to absorb all the sacred blood. He stepped on Saint Huang Ming's head with one foot and looked at the surrounding saint sovereigns. Tell me, what do you plan to use to please me? Hearing that, the other holy venerates nearly went crazy. Holy Sage Huang Ming was even more furious. Was this guy treating him like a block of wood? Damn it! He gritted his teeth and wanted to roar. But Lin Xian kicked him in the face and shut him up. At the same time, he sat down on the other party's head. You can be a stool for now. Then he looked to these people. If you all do not wish to end up like him, obediently hand over the treasures on your body. Also, I want each of you to recite your cultivation experiences to me, especially your comprehension of the great Tao. If there was even a little bit less or a little bit more wrong, I can guarantee that your end would be even worse than his. The 8 holy venerates nearly went crazy. Was this robbing them? No one had ever dared to do such a thing. Not only did the other party have designs on their treasures, they even wanted their comprehension of the great Tao. It was something that they had comprehended after thousands of years of experience and countless battles. It was extremely precious. They could not even bear to give such precious comprehension to their own disciples. But now they wanted to give it to this detestable little Taoist in front of them. What? You're not willing? Lin Xian slapped the face of the Holy Venerate beside him. The Holy Venerate beside him was Holy Venerate White. His face turned red from the slap, and the imprint of 5 palms appeared on his face. Holy Venerate White spat out a mouthful of blood. Arg, I'll fight it out with you. He wanted to channel his strength and attack crazily. However, the formation had locked them down firmly. Not to mention counterattacking, they were also bleeding, so there was no way they could fight back. Lin Xian stepped on the other party's face. Old thing, it seems like you're doubting yours truly's words. Since that's the case, I'll let you enjoy this treatment. Lin Xian hated the holy venerate of the great, desolate mansion the most now. The other party had already been tortured to the point of exploding. Next was Holy Venerate White. He wanted to take advantage of his seniority to attack Lin Xian with his powerful strength. If Lin Xian did not take out the unparalleled token and summon the unparalleled Sage King's phantom, Lin Xian would be in danger. Now that he had the chance to take revenge, how could he show mercy? Lin Xian used his hands and feet to slap the other party's face. Soon, blood flowed everywhere. It was a miserable sight. Next was the holy venerate of the Thunder God City and the 1,000-demon city. In short, the elders of the holy city who had chased after Lin Xian were all tortured. It was worse than killing them. Outside the formation, Yu Quan, Mo Xiao, Wan Jinyi, and the others were about to go crazy. This was a high and mighty holy venerate who was revered by tens of thousands of people. Now he was being tortured to a pulp. Of course, such attacks could not cause any physical harm to these holy venerates. However, their faces were damaged and their souls were damaged. That was a critical hit. For such a big shot, such torture was worse than death. "I'll talk. Don't do it," the remaining few holy venerates said hurriedly. "We're willing to hand over all our treasures, and we're willing to share our insights. Please stop. Don't torture us." "Very good. It seems that the attack from before was very effective. Listen carefully." Lin Xian sat on holy venerate Huang Ming's head again and began to listen. Those holy venerates had no choice but to share their comprehensions of the great Tao. Lin Xian listened carefully, not letting go of any detail. This kind of thing was too precious. It was comprehended through countless battles. If he could obtain it, it would allow him to take fewer detours in his comprehension of the great Tao. After listening to the great Tao comprehensions of the three holy venerates, Lin Xian took a deep breath. Some of the things that he did not understand in the past were suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the great Tao could be walked in this way. As expected of a holy venerate, his understanding of the great Tao was much stronger than theirs. "All right, you guys." Lin Xian looked at holy venerate Bai, the holy venerates of the 1,000-sword pavilion, and the others. Those holy venerates gritted their teeth. At first, they wanted to fish in troubled waters or make up some nonsense. However, they underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Lin Xian's comprehension of the great Tao was very deep to begin with. In addition, he had listened to a few holy venerates before, so he quickly realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he gave them another round of slaps. These people felt like dying. After that, they did not dare to be rash anymore. "All right, Great Master Spirit Turtle, it's your turn. Tell me about your array formation." Great Master Spirit Turtle's attainments in array formations were indeed very strong, so he wanted to hear about it. The Spirit Turtle Master had no choice but to share his understanding of formations with Lin Xian. Lin Xian then compared his understanding of formations with his own. He silently increased the strength of the array formation. After a round, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged to absorb and digest the knowledge. However, the bodies of those holy venerates kept trembling. During this period, they felt that a portion of their holy blood was being sucked away. They had all become weak. If this continued, they would be sucked dry. However, no one dared to say anything. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes again. "Very good. Are you done with your great Tao comprehensions? Start handing over the treasures." Chapter 4089. They were all sacred venerables. They had treasures on them. Now that there was a chance, how could Lin Xian let it go? However, he did not want the sacred artifact. These sacred venerables had powerful souls, and the sacred artifact had been with them for thousands of years. It was much more difficult to erase the soul imprint on it. He did not have the time now. Therefore, his target was all kinds of heavenly treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous cultivation techniques. There was no other way. These sacred venerables were meat on the chopping block. They had even handed over their great Tao comprehension, so it was impossible for them to resist. Therefore, Lin Xian plundered a lot of good things from them. These sacred venerables were in so much pain that tears flowed out. In the distance, Wan Jinyi, Mo Xiao, and the others saw this scene, and their eyes almost popped out. Compared to the sacred venerables, their wealth was still a little lacking. Now, the other party had robbed the 9th great sage's treasure. This was a shocking amount of wealth. However, they could only be jealous and did not dare to make a move. With this formation, the other party was simply an invincible existence. "Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Where did he come from? Why had they never heard of him before? These people's eyes flickered as they began to think. Even the sacred venerables were gnashing their teeth. Among them, Great Master Spirit Turtle thought of a person. Could it be that kid? What shocked him in terms of formations was that he had met a person before, and that was Lin Xian. However, it was impossible. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not be that strong. He dared to rob the 9th great sage. He shook his head and suppressed this thought because he really could not accept it. Lin Xian had obtained a heart from the 1,000 demon city sacred venerables. It was a powerful heart with vigorous vitality. Lin Xian guessed that it should be the heart of a sacred venerate. It contained powerful energy. If he continued to absorb it, he could increase his vitality and strengthen his physique. Although it was surrounded by demonic qi and he might not be able to use it, he could leave it for the dark red divine dragon or the north demon. Thinking of this, he put it away with satisfaction. Then he received another treasure from the sacred venerate in the Thunder God City. It was a bronze cauldron with some liquid inside. It was lightning spirit liquid. It was a very precious lightning Dao treasure. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. When it was the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's turn, he was so happy that he almost jumped up in excitement. That was because he had obtained the cultivation method of the 10,000 swords returned to origin from this holy venerate. No, I can't give this to you. Wan Jiang's holy venerables screamed crazily. If you want to cultivate, you will be chased to the 9th heaven and 10th earth. Shut up. Lin Xian kicked him in the face. The face of the myriad swords pavilion's saint was covered with shoe prints. The saint screamed crazily, "You will regret it if you touch this thing." This was the peerless secret technique of their sword pavilion, so how could it possibly be leaked out? Humph! If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for bringing that thing with you. Otherwise, how could I have possibly obtained it? After Lin Xian took it, a cold smile appeared on his face. Great, he had already seen many 10,000 swords return to origin. Previously, he had seen the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, Sword Dawn, and then 10,000 swords. Every single one of them displayed extremely powerful strength. This 10,000 swords return to origin made him very excited. He knew that it was very difficult to obtain such a secret technique, but he did not expect to obtain it now. The 10,000 swords pavilion's holy venerables wanted to die. How could he have known that he would be trapped? One had to know that he was a holy venerables, so he was very powerful. Who would dare to set up a trap to trap him? Even if he was trapped, would he dare to learn the 10,000 swords return to origin? Once he learned it, he would be hunted down by the entire 10,000 swords pavilion. Lin Xian did not care at all. If he did not learn it, would these people not kill him? What a joke! Only by constantly increasing one's strength could one survive in such a chaotic world. Therefore, he took the 10,000 swords returned to origin without hesitation. Then he looked at Great Master Spirit Turtle. "It's your turn. What are you going to give me in exchange? If it's not good, don't blame me for being rude." Indeed, those 9 people were holy venerables, but Great Master Spirit Turtle was only one. He was a middle minor saint, so the treasures in his hands were definitely not as good as those holy venerables. Great Master Spirit Turtle's scalp went numb. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "I have an ancient scroll. There is a formation recorded on it that will definitely satisfy you." Oh! Lin Xian took out a scroll from the other party's storage ring. It was indeed very ancient. After opening it, his eyes lit up. Heaven-breaking formation Dao. This was a type of formation. Furthermore, it was a type of offensive formation. With its tyrannical might, it could break through other formations. No wonder Great Master Spirit Turtle was so powerful that he dared to come to such a dangerous place like the Moon Mirror Lake alone. And he even succeeded. It turned out that he was using the heaven-breaking formation Dao. This was also an incredible treasure. If he went to other places after cultivating it, the speed and efficiency of breaking the array formations would be much faster. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Very good. This was a great harvest. He had obtained all kinds of treasures, and they were all top-notch ones. Among them, the ones that made him the happiest were the sect-returning swords and the heaven-breaking formation Dao. As for the other treasures, he could cultivate them or give them to Morong Qingcheng, the dark red divine dragon, and the others. Damn brat, we've given you everything. Can you let us go now? Great Master Huang Ming gritted his teeth and said. The others also asked one after another. Lin Xian said, I can let you go, but not now. Once the formation has sucked enough of your blood, I'll let you go. What? Hearing this, these people went crazy. Damn brat, you went back on your words. Damn it, I'll never forgive you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How did I go back on my words? I said, hand over the treasures, and I won't torture you. But when did I say I'll let you go? Moreover, I didn't say I won't let you go. It's just that we didn't agree on the time. I didn't say I'll let you go immediately. Those holy venerables were so angry that they vomited blood and roared. In the end, they were slapped a few more times. The other holy venerables also became obedient. They could only grit their teeth. Damn it, don't let us out, or you'll be dead. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with them. During this period of time, he had been torturing these holy venerables every day. It was very satisfying, and the resentment in his heart had also been vented. Moreover, these holy venerables had coarse skin and thick flesh. Their defense was very strong. They had even beaten his arm until it was numb. So he couldn't be bothered to torture them. It was better to study the great Tao insights and various treasures that he had obtained to improve himself. As for the revenge of these holy venerables, what a joke. He wasn't afraid here. The formations here could all be used by him. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Lin Xian came to the side, sat down cross-legged, and took a deep breath. He first took out the crimson pill and swallowed it. This was a pill that could strengthen one's soul. It was very precious and rare. Chapter 4090. After swallowing it, Lin Xian felt that his soul was nourished. He completely absorbed the medicinal power. 5 days later, he opened his eyes. It was indeed a good thing. He felt that his soul was stronger than before. This way, the power of his eye technique would also increase. Lin Xian's soul was originally very strong. In the past, his eye technique was equivalent to a late small saint. Now, it was close to that of a holy venerable. This had become one of his trump cards. Next, he relied on his strong soul to multitask. He even created several clones and began to cultivate and organize different things. Some clones comprehended the great Tao law, while others read the return to origin scrolls. Some disappeared directly. In fact, they entered the great sage pagoda to deal with some things, such as the heavenly dipper sword. Previously, Lin Xian had obtained a set of battle swords from the Golden Crow clan's 6th prince. He didn't have time to refine it. Now he had to deal with it properly. If this battle sword was combined with his sword technique, it would be extremely powerful. The surrounding people were speechless when they saw Lin Xian creating many clones to do different things. At first, they were disdainful. What a joke! This would definitely cause chi deviation. People like Wan Jinny could create clones, but very few people did so. That was because, at this level, cultivation was truly too difficult. Who didn't give it their all? However, Lin Xian could create clones. If he scattered his energy like this, he was destined to achieve nothing. They didn't know that Lin Xian's soul was far stronger than theirs. That was why they dared to do so. Time passed slowly. Wan Jinny and the others didn't dare to approach. However, the 9 great sage lords and the spirit, turtle, grandmaster screamed every day. They became more and more terrified towards the end. Almost half of their blood had been taken away. At this moment, their bodies were withered and their faces were pale. They looked like mummies. If this continued, they would really die. After another half a month, only 1/5 of their blood was left in their bodies. These people were completely terrified. They started to beg for mercy. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He focused on his own things. Finally, one day, with a boom, the entire formation shattered like a mirror, emitting cracking sounds. What's going on? What happened? Juan, Jenny, Emocio, and the others were extremely anxious. Every day, they would be observing the elders' condition. The changes that happened in the past day made them even more nervous. Gufeng said, "The formation seemed to have been activated." What, really? Juan, Jenny, Emocio Chuan, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Had their elders been saved? Lin Xian also opened his eyes and recalled his clones. His eyes flickered. Had it finally opened? To be honest, he was also a little excited, because Dawnfall Peak really did have a guarantee. The Great Sage and the Great Master Spirit Turtle were originally in despair, but the activation of the formation gave them hope once more. Great, they were finally reborn. What about that little Taoist? They wanted to tear him to shreds. Following the destruction of the spirit formation, the bodies of those people began to loosen. Then they finally rushed out. Furious roars resounded throughout the world as they emitted terrifying killing intent. Die, brat! At the same time, a cold voice sounded. Disciples of the holy city, listen up. Kill this little Taoist, and you will be heavily rewarded. Kill those people in the distance upon receiving the order. All of their eyes turned red as they quickly charged over. The terrifying killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. One by one, figures dashed toward Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian stood there, but he didn't care at all. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wishes. He raised his hand and slapped forward. He had the 9-yang divine body, but in order to hide his identity, he didn't let the golden light shine. However, this didn't mean that his strength had weakened. The saints at the front were instantly sent flying. Some of them directly exploded, while others had half of their bodies shattered. All kinds of screams sounded. Lin Xian was like slapping flies, instantly sending dozens of figures flying. The people behind him also stopped and sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this power a little too strong? Step back. Juan, Jenny, and the others rushed forward. Die, brat! Without the formation, let's see how you can still be arrogant. They gritted their teeth. As soon as Juan Jenny attacked, the terrifying sword energy lit up the sky. Emocio and the others also attacked. The Yellow Springs diagram and various divine abilities were used. Who said that I don't have the formation? Countless formations lit up under her feet, blocking all the attacks. Damn it, let me do it. The 9 great sage in the sky roared crazily. We have to deal with this brat personally. Juan Jenny and the others retreated, and the 9 great sage rushed forward. They were really angry. How much torture had they suffered these days? They wanted to return it 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times. Old things, do you want to be trapped? Lin Xian stomped his foot again, and the broken formation shone brightly once more. There seemed to be endless chains rushing over. When the 9 holy venerables saw this scene, they were so frightened that they screamed crazily and fled like dogs. Ha! Lin Xian laughed out loud. How dare you call yourselves holy venerates with such cowardice? How laughable! His body passed through the formation and entered the Dawnfall Peak. Damn it! Damn it! The 9 great sages' face turned green. The formation was broken. Just now. The other party was just using a trick to scare them. Let's go. We can't let that brat succeed. The 9 great sage rushed in. Great Master, Spirit, Turtle's face was cold. He also moved quickly. The heaven-breaking formation, Tao, must not be leaked. Previously, he handed it over to save his life. Now that he was free, he wanted to take back the treasure. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion Saint, the Thunder God City Saint, and the others all wanted to capture the other party and take back the treasure. Let's go to the back. Juan Jinny and the others also rushed in. After spending so much effort to break the Dawnfall Peak, there must be something inside. These people also rushed in. After entering, they found that there was an independent space inside. This green mountain world was too magical. There was actually a world within a world. This place was even more extraordinary. They could feel the aura of treasures. Look, what's that? Heavens, that's an immortal palace. Someone screamed. He saw that not far away there were immortal palaces that fell heavily, as if they were the 9 heavens. Is that the Divine Medicine Institute? Someone else exclaimed. They found that on the other side there was a spiritual herb garden. Each spiritual herb was tens of thousands of years old. The multicolored light and great Tao above were too terrifying, making one's heart flutter. What's that? Elixir Pavilion. There were countless medicinal pills floating in the air. Yu Quan looked to the other side, and his heart trembled. Wan Jianni stared at a pagoda. There were countless swords circling inside. Chapter 4091. A peerless divine sword. His hands were trembling. As a swordsman, how could he not be moved when he saw such a treasured sword? For a moment, everyone seemed to have discovered an incredible treasure. Even the 9 Saint Venerables and the spirit, turtle, grandmaster stopped chasing. Instead, they stood in the void, their eyes filled with a fiery red color. Heavens, is that the Thunder God's battle robe? The sacred venerate of Thunder God City found a battle robe in front of him. The aura of thunder on it made him so happy that he almost fainted. The people of Demon City were the first to scream. The true dragon divine medicine. I see the true dragon divine medicine. These sacred venerates also went crazy. Lin Xian also stopped. He was the first to enter, so he was also the first to discover it. However, what he saw was a throne. It floated above the 9 heavens and emitted endless light. It was as if sitting on it could surpass all the worlds in the universe. He was too tempted. It was as if the great emperor realm that he dreamed of could be realized as long as he sat on this throne. He even couldn't help but want to walk forward. However, before he could take a few steps, the people behind him rushed in. Those screams and roars made him stop in his tracks. Lin Xian turned his head and looked behind him. He saw countless people. Their eyes were red, and they were all infatuated. He frowned. He felt that something was wrong. But what was wrong with it? He couldn't tell. He observed carefully. Suddenly, his pupils shrank to the size of needles because he found that some people were obviously looking in one direction. However, the roars were all different. For example, in the east, some people saw a spiritual herb garden, while others saw a pagoda. Some people even saw a pill furnace. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around. In the next moment, he found that the scene he saw became hazy. It was like a light smoke that would dissipate at any time. What was going on? It wasn't enough. Lin Xian crazily operated his soul and activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying golden light burst out from his eyes. It was as if a pair of divine eyes could pierce through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, he discovered that the emperor's throne hanging above the 9 heavens had disappeared. It drifted away like green smoke, leaving nothing behind. The surrounding spirit, herb gardens, and pagodas had all disappeared. Fantasy, was this all just a fantasy? Lin Xian took 2 steps back, cold sweat trickling down his back. It was too dangerous. He had been deceived just now. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here and he was agitated, he would have fallen into the trap of the illusion. He would never be able to escape in this lifetime. Who was this? Set it up? Was it the Qingshan Saint King? As expected of the Sage King. His means were too terrifying. Even the Lord of the 9th Great Sage could not find any flaws. It was only because he possessed the heavenly secret god eyes that he was able to see through everything. At this moment, those people roared, "Charge! Hurry up and grab it!" They rushed in all directions. "This is the spirit herb garden that I have my eyes on!" Someone roared, unleashing a terrifying thunder that covered the entire area. "What spirit herb garden? This is an elixir pavilion. Are you trying to snatch my elixir pills?" On the other side, terrifying demonic beasts rushed over, not retreating at all. These people's eyes were all red. Even Wan Jenny rushed towards the pagoda that hid the countless divine swords. Gu Feng was also heading towards the same target. Scram! You are not a swordsman. What are you doing here? Wan Jenny instantly unleashed countless sword chi, cutting off the other party's path. However, Gu Feng appeared and disappeared mysteriously. What swordsman? This is clearly an astral pagoda that contains the secrets of the universe. It is very helpful to spatial experts like me. Are you trying to stop me? The two of them did not agree and started fighting. It was not just the ordinary sages. The geniuses on the sage ranking also entered the illusion. They did not know it all. They just fought crazily. It was not just them. The holy venerate's eyes also burst out with a terrifying light. Scram, all of you! A pair of thunder wings appeared on the back of the thunder god, Holy Venerate. They covered the sky and the sun. As they flapped gently, endless lightning illuminated the 9 heavens. Wherever they passed, those who were close to them were all sent flying. Although these holy venerates only had 1/5 of their sacred blood left, and their strength was greatly reduced, they were still holy venerates. No matter how weak they were not people that others could fight against. The surrounding sages all retreated. They could not stop them. However, the other holy venerates also made their move. Endless purple light appeared on Holy Venerate White's body. He transformed into a purple palace. It was like an immortal palace, and he charged over. Scram! Do you think that I have my eyes on the lightning treasure? What lightning treasure? It is obviously more useful to me. These holy venerates also went crazy and started killing. In an instant, a huge battle broke out. No one was spared. Even the great master spirit, Turtle, charged in a certain direction, like a madman. Qin Xiener, who usually charmed everyone, was also doing the same now. However, her eyes were also red. She was searching for the treasure. The only one who was still normal was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the crazy battle around him. His body was trembling. Isn't it too terrifying? This was the illusion set up by the Green Mountain Sage King. It made the people who entered fight crazily. In the end, these people didn't get anything. Moreover, they would kill each other and die together. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret divine eye and saw through all of this. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, he was sober, but the others were all crazy. Finally, someone came to his side. Little Taoist Scram, are you trying to snatch my things? Mo Xiao had an endless army of skeletons above and below him. It was very terrifying. Kill. The Yellow Springs diagram rotated and turned into a Yellow Springs python that charged over. At the same time, the million-strong army of skeletons roared crazily. The sky trembled and the earth shattered. This terrifying Abhijna drowned Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram! The power in his body erupted and swept out. With one sword, iron chains crossed the river. With him as the center, it spread in all directions. The army of skeletons was directly cut in half when they encountered such a terrifying sword wave. They scattered on the ground. At this moment, the Yellow Springs diagram that had turned into a golden python had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. It wrapped around him in an overwhelming manner. Lin Xian felt as if his blood and qi were roiling under the immense killing force. Go to hell. Without the formation, you're nothing. Mo Xiao laughed sinisterly. At this moment, he was like the god of death from the netherworld. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to kill me with this little attack? What a joke. So what if he didn't have the formation? He was now on the pilgrim list. Yu Quan was defeated by him. He was also not afraid of Mo Xiao. Open. His body swept out. The Yellow Springs python's body kept twisting and then exploded. Endless yellow springs, water, scattered in all directions. Those who touched it screamed crazily. Their bodies quickly decomposed and melted. Lin Xian stepped on the ground. You can actually block my Yellow Springs diagram. However, don't think of snatching my treasure. What treasure? Lin Xian's face was cold. He realized that although he was sober, these people were crazy.